Everyone, and welcome to the November 26th Board of Education regular meeting. Present with us tonight, we have David Krasnoff, we have Jason Lee, myself, Jeff Peterson, Dr. Parrish, Jen Max McNally, and Nick Asa. Joining us virtually, we have Jen Jacobson and Carol Guernsey. I understand that Katie Flynn will be joining us virtually at some point too, once we get the connection worked out. But for now, stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we go any further, Ms. Guernsey, could you just so we can hear you?
Hello, everyone.
Hi, this is a test.
You're very low.
Hold on. She's gonna fix it. Hold on.
Okay. Just want to make sure you're with us.
Try it again.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I'll turn it up more.
Still quiet.
Hold on.
Trying to figure that out. Can you try again?
Hey, everybody.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes. If you can hear us, then I think we're ready to go. Thank you very much, and my apologies for the pitch there. Let's go on to student reports. I understand that the Ludlow representatives in today, and we understand that given holiday obligations and such. But Board and Walter Fitzgerald, whoever wants to start.
Right. Students at WFC are working on extracting honey from frames, making organic soaps with honey, and lip balm from coconut oil, beeswax, and vitamin E. Each student, staff, and Board of Ed member will get a holiday gift bag. Our students and staff distributed 250 blessing bags to students in Fairfield Public Schools. They are filled with food for a Thanksgiving meal and a $25 gift card to purchase a turkey or ham. This is a community service project we work on through donations.
On Friday, some of our students participated in the Ward Powder Puff game and the Ludlow Homecoming Dance. On Monday, students began using the Yonder cell phone pouches. We are piloting the program and will update you in 2 weeks. Hope you enjoy your Thanksgiving with loved ones.
Okay, good evening. This past weekend, the Fairfield Ward Drama Club presented the Comedy of Errors play by Shakespeare. It was a great turnout and they enjoyed it.
We would like to give recognition to our juniors and seniors for competing in our annual Powder Puff football game. Our seniors won, so congratulations to them.
Okay, tomorrow, November 7th, the school counseling department, under the leadership of our school counselor, Mrs. Gurley, will have a great opportunity to present the Alumni Return Day. That will be hosted, I believe, tomorrow, periods 2 and 3. To any student body members interested, it's a great opportunity to hear the holiday experiences from our students, our alumni, and staff are encouraged to wear apparel from their alma mater.
Also tomorrow, we have our first annual Thanksgiving Day Parade featuring the band, the cheerleaders, the dance team, and the football team. It'll be at the end of Block 4, and it'll be to prepare our Thanksgiving game against Ludlow.
Okay, and then next week after break, we have our PTA meeting on Wednesday, December 1st. They'll be holding their monthly virtual meeting. The special guest, Alpha Prep. This organization accompanies students through the college admission process, helps with SAT, PSAT, and ACT, They'll be presenting on free options for students for test prep like College Board, Khan Academy, and Book.
And we would like to wish everybody a wonderful and safe Thanksgiving.
Thank you very much for your updates. Any questions or comments? Next slide.
Just one, and I'm not sure, I know obviously it's the Ward Ludlow game, I'm not sure if it's a Ludlow student who's sponsoring this, so I don't know if you could speak to it, but isn't part of the Thanksgiving game, isn't there going to be a food drive that's being sponsored as part of the game? I don't know if you're familiar with that. I know it's taking place at Ludlow and obviously the reps aren't here to speak to it.
Yes, there's a student organized food drive. Anybody who comes, if they could bring a non-perishable item, that it would be received and donated to Operation Hope and some other local places as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot for that, but just one.
Thank you, Dr. Hatzis. And just in case anyone couldn't hear, that's non-perishable items brought to the game for the benefit of Operation Hope. Thank you. Well, you're welcome to stay for the rest of our meeting, but everyone's got holidays to get excited about. So thank you very much for your time. Happy Thanksgiving.
You as well.
All right, we'll move on to item 4, public comment. Again, this is for comments specifically to items on our agenda for tonight. 3 minutes per comment, and people who come up, just state your name for the record. Come up to the table and we can hear your comments. Name and address. Did I say that?
Planning on going first.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Ellie Fatahi and I live at 98 Flora Boulevard. So I'm here to talk about the library media curriculum that's on the agenda. As you review the library media curriculum, please consider that not all applications are harmless. Uncontrolled access to the internet is detrimental and screen time can quickly become excessive, particularly in elementary schools. Gamification apps like Prodigy overstimulate, distract, and demotivate students from learning. Using screen time during downtime impedes social emotional growth. In my children's elementary school, all of the above are occurring throughout the day. My second grader is shown what she calls satisfying videos during snack time and dismissal, in lieu of socializing with peers. My 5th grader plays gamification apps or watches his friends play unblocked games through a proxy site during class time on their Chromebooks. Kids are falling behind academically, socially, and emotionally, and a large part of it is due to the underprotection of children in the digital world during school hours. I am asking the board to take a thoughtful and thorough approach to reviewing any curriculum that drives educational technology and to prioritize printed texts and embrace handwriting as they have shown to increase comprehension, retention, and test scores. Prioritize transformative technology such as robotics, coding, or website design. But please limit gamification apps, limit digital worksheets, avoid screen time for behavior management, avoid social media as a communication tool, and protect elementary students from excessive screen time. And most importantly, create a district technology plan that includes an acceptable use policy for student devices and a research-driven protocol to thoughtfully evaluate apps, licenses, software, and devices currently being used and determine which one is aligned with healthy tech use and which ones are disruptive and lead to habitual use. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I literally ran through the parking lot. My name is Megan McHale and I live at 188 Range Road. I am the co-PTA president at Dwight, a PTAC representative for Roger Ludlow Middle School, and the former VP of Sustainability for the PTA Council. I also hold a master's degree in Library and Information Science from Pratt Institute. I've been working with the Digital Wellness Committee because I'm extremely concerned about the role of technology in my and our children's lives. I would first like to say thank you to the library staff at Fairfield Public Schools for the incredible effort that they put into the new curriculum. It is very obvious that there was a lot of thought and care taken as they wrote it. I would like to advocate for less exposure to screens at the elementary level, and I would especially like to suggest that the rollout of Chromebooks be delayed until middle school. Chromebooks are a gateway drug for our children. In exchange for a relatively small amount of educational applications, we expose them to almost all that the internet has to offer, most of which is not appropriate for children. Anyone who thinks Chromebooks aren't being used for non-educational purposes is sorely mistaken. Just take the bus. I have heard over and over again that our children need to be exposed to computers so that they are prepared to take state-mandated tests. To that I say, 1 or 2 training sessions in the library should certainly be enough. I will leave the discussion of the unbelievable amount of testing our students, even kindergartners, do for another occasion. However, at least in our school, our kids' weekly visit to the library is called Tech Time and is mostly spent drawing in a program called Wixie, which I notice is still a linchpin of the curriculum. I simply do not understand the benefit of doing this work on a computer when these tiny hands are still learning to write letters. Increasing appropriate computer use over time with accompanying lessons about internet safety is something that can happen carefully in the controlled environment of the library. Sending Chromebooks home with no training for parents or kids is a recipe for disaster. Since my family moved to Fairfield in 2021, I have been an advocate for sustainability in our schools and especially teaching children the role they play in protecting their own future. Only in the last year and a half or so, since all of my child's friends got phones for their 5th grade graduation, have I come to recognize the relationship between environmental awareness and technology. Our children simply do not have the connection to the world around us that they need to be invested in protecting it. I hope you will all take note as you review this curriculum that our children have precious little time to be children, to use their imaginations, to work with their hands, to immerse themselves in our beautiful world without worry. Let's not take that away a minute sooner than necessary. Thank you.
Okay, this is different. Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Walker, 127 Blue Ridge Road. I'm here as a parent of 3 kids in the district, 2 at McKinley and 1 at Tomlinson. I'm here to advocate for the thoughtful and limited technology use in the Fairfield Public Schools. I have questions about the amount of time our students are spending looking at their Chromebooks during the school day and whether this use of technology is necessary or helpful. Personally, I'd like my kids to learn from their awesome teachers, their peers in the school community, not to be silently sitting plugged in to an online resource or by playing online games that reward speed and not depth of thinking. I started to wonder about how often students in the Fairfield Public Schools were using their Chromebooks when both the elementary and middle school teachers asked parents to send them in with headphones that are wired so that they could hook up to their Chromebooks during the day, which for me created kind of a dystopian image of students sitting together, but essentially learning alone while looking at their individual school screens. And I know that might be the case, but that's what I thought. I have personally been wondering about in-school student Chromebook usage because during the process of curriculum adoption and revision, I've heard curriculum coordinators request textbooks or curriculum with a digital component. For example, at an October BOE meeting, there was a discussion about IXL usage during middle school flex time, 30 minutes per week. A request for foreign language textbooks with a digital component. Just today, I received an email about how to have my 1st grader sign into Lexia from home, and it stated that the goal is for kids to be on at least once a week. Today, with the library and media curriculum up for discussion, this is particularly important. It is important for our kids to learn to use technology creatively and to be critical consumers of digital information. I'm hoping to hear this level of discussion and not just application lists and resources for students and teachers. Post-COVID, I think that students need to spend less time behind screens, especially during the school day. They need to be active learners who discuss and share and read and experiment and collaborate with others. I'm here tonight to get a sense of where the board sees the role of resources in the Fairfield Public School curriculum and instruction and to advocate for fewer screens in the school day. Thanks.
Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll go on to item 5, presentations. The presentation and first reading of library media curriculum and textbook request. Yeah, right.
Hi, everyone. My name is Claire Sastrom. I am the library media specialist at Collinsville Elementary School. And I am the liaison for the elementary school.
I'm Jackie Galante. I'm the library media specialist at Fairfield Woods Middle School liaison.
And I'm Sue Selk, and I'm a library media specialist and media production teacher at Ward High School and the high school liaison.
Jancic, Chief Academics Officer, and just wanted to thank this group for the work they've put in. Not only the liaisons, but the entire department, who had just about 100% participation in the rewrite, the review, the rewrite, and the presentation that is before you this evening for the next decade of library media, if approved. So let this group begin. Thank you.
Dr. Zajancic, to that point, could you ask if there are staff members here, could they raise their hand? That's what I was wondering.
Welcome.
The library learning commons are integral dynamic hubs in each of the Fairfield Public Schools. They serve as the school's physical and virtual center for active and engaged learning. Here, students will integrate independent reading, research, technology, digital wellness, and collaboration skills, which will help them thrive in an ever-evolving educational environment. As we mentioned in our presentation last spring, our previous curriculum was based on the ISTE standards, the International Society for Technology and Education, as well as the AASL standards, the American Association of School Librarians. Both of these sets of standards have been updated since that time, and not only are they national standards, but they are standards that the state of Connecticut has adopted. We've used these comprehensive standards to create a curriculum that covers all major related content and skill areas. Some of the major changes that you will see in the curriculum include a broadening of the language and scope around technology skills to ensure that the curriculum stays relevant. As we know, AI and other emerging technologies are having and will continue to have major impact on technology and the way we interact with it, much like the internet did. So in addition to learning technology skills, students will also need to be able to analyze and evaluate new digital tools. Furthermore, the high school experience has gone from static written lessons that were implemented as necessary to common experiences students will receive over 4 years. Additionally, our focus on digital citizenship is also broadening in this new curriculum. We will, of course, emphasize important digital citizenship skills, including responsibilities of technology users, online communication, the permanence of one's actions online, and how we safely and ethically navigate technology. But our new curriculum also includes the importance and impact of media messages being sent and received, how technology makes us feel, and striking the digital balance. And finally, the elementary school was written in the previous curriculum as one collaborative curriculum. And as you may have noticed, it's now broken down into individual documents that have units that are intended to be taught during regularly scheduled library learning time classes.
The impact social media, streaming video content, disinformation, misinformation, and now artificial intelligence has on society as a whole changed greatly in the past decade. This library, computer, and media curriculum's greater focus on media literacy, digital citizenship, advanced broadcast journalism, and incorporating updated technology, exploration, collaboration, and engagement standards will provide our students with the tools they need to navigate and make informed decisions while interacting with the media and digital world today and in the future.
In elementary school, we teach students during a fixed 40-minute learning time every 6-day cycle. And this new curriculum is created with that schedule in mind. While we can't typically teach with a classroom teacher because of our schedules, we still plan with teachers, coordinate lessons, and prepare students with skills they need to be successful in all learning areas. We also provide teachers with regularly with print and online resources that they use within their classrooms. And of course, all students always have access to book selection in the library. This curriculum is truly a thread that runs through the fabric of every curriculum. The LMSs participate in many curriculum committees and subject matter teams. Most recently, many of us are involved with social studies, language arts, and the SEL committees. We are keenly aware of the technology and research skills that students need to be successful in their subject areas. And we use technology thoughtfully and purposefully to ensure meaningful learning. This is an example of how some of the major research skills are scaffolded over the elementary school years. In kindergarten, teachers will select a research topic, students will look at books and/or listen to information from a database that reads to them, and their notes will often be pictures or labeled pictures or words about their learning. By third grade, students are taking notes in their own words from at least 2 sources, and they use simple keyword searches on computers and are supported every step of the way by library media specialists. And by the time they're in 5th grade, they're choosing a topic, using multiple print and database resources to find information. They're developing their own keyword searches. They're taking notes in their own words, and they're also keeping track of their sources for a more formal citation. While this is not an exhaustive list of skills, it gives you an idea how they develop research skills and learn content throughout their time in elementary school.
At the middle school level, we transition to a flexible collaborative curriculum that's integrated into content area projects and assignments throughout the year. Our lessons are often combined in various ways, allowing flexibility and differentiation. The library media department staff collaborates and co-teaches with content area teachers. We also curate a balanced collection of print and digital resources to support instruction and student learning. As we implement the curriculum, we are committed to providing one assured experience per unit each year. Our middle school document outlines the progression of content from the content and skills, from 6th to 8th grade. This illustration demonstrates some of those skills identified on the elementary slide and how they progress into middle school. For instance, the students will advance from creating a properly formatted works cited list for multiple resources in 6th grade to understanding and effectively using in-text citations by 8th grade. All 6th grade students complete the introduction to digital application skills, and they gain solid understanding of computer concepts, systems, and applications. In addition to enhancing their typing skills, they learn effective strategies for navigating the digital landscape and creating effective multimedia communication. The 8th grade elective will focus on digital media and production. Coding is now offered through the Technology Education Department's electives. This change will align with our curriculum's greater focus on media literacy and digital citizenship. Lessons will include analyzing and deconstructing various forms of digital media and creating and editing digital content across multiple platforms. Both courses ensure students develop a strong foundation in responsible online behavior and effective communication.
The current high school library curriculum is delivered by grade level or on demand, co-teaching with classroom teachers, or curating and providing relevant resources for upcoming units or lessons. Our input ensures that appropriate library materials and information literacy skills are incorporated into classroom instruction. We will continue to deliver the lessons and resources we currently provide, but now we will have assured lessons that all students will be guaranteed. Lessons will be taught through courses that all students take. Depending upon the unit, these lessons might be taught all in 1 year or over multiple years. For example, in our research unit, 9th grade students will have lessons on how to use vetted research databases. They will learn advanced search techniques and the importance of peer-reviewed work in research. In 10th grade, they will be introduced to lateral reading, which involves using multiple tabs and searches to get a broader view of information and its context. This method is more effective at weeding out misinformation. Then in their junior year, they will be asked to identify, locate, and select resources independently. Ward and Ludlow have streaming news programs that are created by our students and are broadcast during homeroom on a regular basis. We are excited to start a new advanced broadcast journalism course that will provide students the opportunity to produce specialized news stories with depth and breadth, to focus on developing leadership skills in the classroom environment, and to explore career options. We also offer video production, movie, and documentary production, all long-standing courses in the department. We are so happy to hear that you want to see some assured enrichment opportunities for all our students. We have included the estimated costs to bring in an author to all our K-5 and 6-8 schools and an author or other enrichment program to the high schools. The K-5 digital citizen read-alouds will help the library media specialists introduce and discuss important concepts related to navigating the digital landscape safely and responsibly by providing relatable scenarios through literature. The media production courses are requesting the ASB Classroom, subscription database of media tutorials, mini lessons, and raw footage that can be used in all the media production courses to supplement the teaching of the basics of shooting footage, script writing, editing, and more. The book, Aim for the Heart, was adopted in 2014 for the broadcast journalism classes, but copies were not purchased at that time for Ward. We would also like to use this same title now for advanced broadcast journalism. This book is used in many colleges and universities and in the professional field. The bare bones camera course for film and video is a new request. We would like to use it in our video, movie, and documentary courses. This too is a foundational text for media production courses and is used in many colleges and universities. We'd just like to thank you all for taking the time to listen to our presentation, and we welcome any questions or feedback.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It's very meaty. I just want to see if our virtual members have any questions to start with, so I make sure that. If not, we'll go on to Mr. Lee.
Thanks for the presentation. So we understand the blink of an eye, everything changes in the digital world. The curriculum you put in front, in case the blink of an eye happens, are you able to make those transitions of what's actually changed and able to reflect that in the classroom?
The curriculum was written, we went through multiple phases with this. Do you include applications? Do you include different technologies? Or do you make it a little more broad that it can capture, for example, the AI stuff? So we went with the latter on that. so that we could pivot with implementation, if necessary, and still meet the standards that are indicated within, the documents that are before you.
Any other questions? Oh, someone, Mr. Krasnoff. First of all, thank you so much for all this work. I really do appreciate it. Do have a quick question about documentary production. I see we haven't enrolled in it, so can you elaborate a little bit on what's been going on?
Yeah, well, it's offered each year. And I've only been teaching it for 2 years. I don't know necessarily the history of it prior to that. But there hasn't been a lot of students that have signed up for it right now. From my understanding is it has run in the past quite a bit, but right now, these past few years, it hasn't been something that a lot of people have signed up for.
To that point, are you seeing some of those same students that are requesting it, picking some of the other ones like advanced journalism? Is it the same students?
So what a couple students have come to me and said to me that because it hasn't been running the last few years, because not enough students have signed up for it, they are now afraid to sign up for it because they think they're going to just be put into something else that they don't want to take. So they take another course instead. So they'll sign up for film production or video production. That's my personal experience with some students that have come to speak to me.
Thank you.
Girl had her hand up.
Ms. Gurdy?
Thanks so much for this presentation. I know our library media specialists are among some of our most treasured staff. So thank you for your great work. And I'm thinking a little bit about the implementation of the shared experiences across the grade levels, or and I'm wondering, could you speak a little bit more about who will be coordinating these, where the requests for author visits might come from? Do you envision that the author visits might be separated a little bit by grade level, even like K-2, 3-5, depending on the author? How do you envision this program looking and being implemented?
Well, we were thinking, right, K-5 or K-2, 3-5. And the same author, hopefully, would be available to come, not hopefully, would be available. We would make sure that they were available to come to every school in the district, because that is the one thing that is missing. We have different authors at different schools. So those are two ideas in elementary school.
Middle school, we have for the past several years worked together, all three schools, and brought one author in, and that author has spent a day in each school or partial day. So we would probably continue with that format of trying to find one author to speak to all of our students at all three middle schools.
And at the high school level, it probably isn't going to be feasible to have somebody to speak to the entire school. Maybe that will work out. Depends on if there's something that could be presented in like an auditorium setting, which is not necessarily the best venue for an author visit. But depending upon what who we are bringing in, it might be offered to a particular grade or to particular content areas, or possibly to the whole school, depending upon who's coming in.
Fantastic, thank you. I love the idea of shared experiences. I know I've worked with Mrs. Staffstrom in the past, and sometimes, there are fantastic opportunities for author visits, for example, that are chapter book writers that aren't appropriate necessarily for our kindergartners. And I love that you're looking at this so flexibly. And thank you. I think this would be a fantastic experience for our students. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly.
A few questions. First of all, thank you for this. It's been a while since my kids were in this. I always love hearing about what the elementary school is doing. I didn't recognize half the names of the various apps, but whatever. First question, at a very basic level, the cover memo that we received said draft proposed curriculum documents. And I absolutely might have missed this. I don't recall getting those.
They're in the packet. It's about 300 pages long, so it's a
So I might not have gotten there.
I've included them all as one PDF, so that might be why I didn't give you separate files. They're also on the internet, I should say, on the webpage for the public consumption. So we always put that out for public to respond to some forms for us and give us feedback as well. So I could direct you to where they are. Email if that would be helpful.
It wouldn't hurt.
Okay.
Thank you. Because I would like to take a look. Few other questions, sorry. The one thing that sends alarms off for me, is the, including AI. And I was hoping you could speak at much greater length about what Fairfield Public Schools is doing with that. And just to set some context, I was up at the NCTE convention this weekend, and was appalled at what my English teacher peers were thinking was good practice when it comes to the use of AI and, in my words, encouraging their students to not think and to not be original. It is a frightening world that is changing so much faster than I know I can keep up, but just in case you can't tell my position on AI, but I was wondering, all that says here is that technology skills, including AI, and if someone could speak to that, or maybe all three at the different levels, I don't know. Knowing that I haven't looked at the curriculum document. So now I'll have kind of a heads up.
So the main focus will be as to explain what AI is, what it's used for, how to use it ethically and responsibly. Thank you. That word is not on your tongue. We don't. Right now, the district doesn't have any specific AI software that we're using, but a lot of the already approved software that we use in the building has AI functions to them. So we need to make sure that the students know how to use those functions responsibly and ethically.
Give an example.
Yeah, well, some of them are Padlet is used by students. Canva is used at the middle school, high school level. Adobe's used a lot at the high school level. They all have some sort of aspect to them that is related to AI. And I think, didn't you have an example?
Right, and it's not, right, we're not sending them to ChatGPT to, have their essay written.
No, we can't.
We can't.
Legally, we can't do it.
That's the thing, we also are following the student privacy laws and nothing is used unless it's approved through the Learn platform. One example, I had our eighth grade students were creating, they wrote on Where I'm From poem, and then they used WeVideo to illustrate it, to narrate their poem and to find personal or other images to narrate the poem, to enhance the poem. One of the students, and I knew where he was going, he said, well, what if I want to put a picture in that's not really quite real? And so I directed him to Canva, which is one of our approved apps because they have a feature to create digital images. And he created this kind of psychedelic 3D basketball hoop that helped to enhance that part of his poem. So those are some of the uses that we're using right now.
And what is our current published AI policy, actually? And I'm not talking about district policy like policy committee, I'm talking about within our schools.
There's a committee.
So I could speak to that.
Sure.
So there is a district committee that's looking at the vast variety of tools that are out there, and some of the things we've charged them with is coming up with recommendations to present to the superintendent in terms of the tools themselves, but also some guidelines, to your point around practices, and then also some recommendations working with Matt Mervis out of Ed Advance in terms of recommendations to the district policy committee in reference to an actual district policy that supports those guidelines. So that's all in the works.
Just know they're way ahead of us.
Yes.
It's, to what AI is, they're so far past that. Again, I'm sure I don't need to tell you that, but it is hugely concerning. And to know how many staff members not here, I've never heard of that here, but to know of how many professionals are on board with thinking these things are cool, okay, cutting edge, and all they're doing is undercutting our children's ability to think. Well, that's my position anyway. I just find it very frightening. Regarding the new high school advanced broadcast journalism course, but we already have one. I'm unclear on the use of new here. I'm saying that based on the chart where it says add advanced broadcast journalism. So I'm not clear on what that is.
Was part of that package of courses that was not approved without a curriculum that was taken away and is being represented.
Okay. Like the one we're voting on later tonight, correct?
You got it, yep.
Okay. Just wanted to check that I wasn't reading that wrong. I apologize, I wasn't clear what this meant. On the screen, the slide for scope and sequence elementary, 1 document per grade. I didn't understand what that meant.
When you see the curriculum document, we used to have a K-5 document, or actually it was K-12 document. Now K-5 is each one is its own document.
They present as their own course similar to the other departments, like, grade 9 English.
So it's more fleshed out than in much previous. Okay. When we talk about having for the middle school, and we're talking about the assured experience and the examples, I got no sense of what departments these were embedded in, what exactly the curriculum connection is. And that's also true of the high school, but I wrote it down first on the middle school slide.
We work with all the different content areas. I just finished a research project with 8th grade social studies. We work with science, language arts, and we attend their PER meetings. We attend their department meetings, and we plan together. We come up with ideas for projects that we can work on together, where we can implement both their content and our skills, content and skills as well. So we work with all different, just about every content area. And what the part where I mentioned, they weren't always, maybe we used to have set assured experiences. We kind of moved away from that, and now we're moving back to making sure that there is an assured experience across all 3 schools for each grade each year.
Do you give some examples of those?
Well, right now we're looking at with social studies, they just did westward expansion. And as long as that, I know they're in the middle of updating their curriculum. If that is one that stays, then they've already committed to that being one of their assured experiences. So that's the one where, for quarter 1 that we would pair with them to work on.
Can you tell me one not in social studies? I think social studies gets not picked up because I'm sure they embrace that opportunity.
Right. I'm getting ready to work with 7th grade language arts on their essays, and they need to do research about the various topics. So we're going to do research there. And again, that's part of their new curriculum. So it will be one of their short experiences as well. We work with science. I've worked with them on natural disasters, all different subjects.
No, I was curious specific to the assured experiences that we're making. Obviously, those are on a whole different level of every student leaving is going to have this experience.
And as each content area is developing their new curriculum, their area, their documents, or they already have, like science, they've identified their assured experiences, and I think that may be, that'll be where we start. Because we know that those are assured experiences over all 3 schools. So we'll work with those teachers to create a co-teaching environment.
In the high school?
Kind of the same thing. We have commitments from social studies and language arts and think health to incorporate our lessons in. We have to pick content areas that see all students and courses that see all students. So we'll be working this year on implementation with the department heads specifically to align with curriculum areas that are within the different courses.
And the assured experiences?
Yeah, that's what we will, so what will happen, the way our assured experiences work is they can work with any content area. So it could happen anywhere. So we're gonna work with, let's say, English. We're gonna find in each grade level where, what unit or project is that they're doing, that we can, that the curriculum that we have will best fit into whatever it is that they're doing at that time. That makes sense?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
No, so in other words, what's the product? What is the assured experience that we're making sure that every sophomore has?
Well, for us, it's, if you look in the curriculum, it gives the list of all.
Again, obviously that's the big bundle, so I
So
acknowledge.
there are research assured experiences, digital citizenship assured experiences, reading assured experiences, technology assured experiences. So that we're guaranteeing certain lessons that are going to happen each year. Some of them, like there's one of the unit 1 is more of an orientation type unit that will happen throughout the year in their freshman year. The others will happen over multiple years where, like I said about the one part in the research, where it will be scaffolded and they will have a lesson that builds upon what they learned the year before each year as they move up through the grade levels.
Okay.
Does that make more sense?
Yes, it does. Again, a lot of this is rooted in doing my homework, so I acknowledge that. And one thing I missed during the presentation, because obviously you've struggled with the advanced broadcast journalism enrollment for the course that we didn't have, but did have. I missed the part of what you were saying that you think was gonna help to encourage that enrollment to grow. I mean, because if normally we're not looking to approve courses if essentially the unofficial audit has shown us that there isn't interest in having the course. So what do you see changing for that?
So we do get students in advanced broadcast journalism. They meet at the same time, so it's not a different class period.
Oh, as the broadcast journalism?
Yes, and they work together. They're kind of like the mentors and yeah, when you look at the curriculum, you'll see that the second half of the year, they kind of take over as because the second half of the year and the broadcast journalism is actually producing news programming. So they'll take over the roles of like the producer of the program and the news director and overseeing all of the news programming that's going to happen the second semester.
Okay, and then I had just one other question. It was based on the second book. Remind me again, the bare bones camera course, which is this for?
Video production, the documentary and a movie.
And so what are we using now that we now need a book?
We did not have a book.
Right, so obviously the kids were learning.
They were. They were, but the information that's coming from the book is going to be much more in-depth than what we've been teaching without having the book to go along with it. And it aligns more with what they're going to be doing if they move on to something related to video production or media production in college and in the real world. Because it's books that are used at those levels also.
So you anticipate the rigor of those courses increasing to a degree then?
Yes.
Right.
It's nice, Kelly, you'll hear me say this later, but I guess I'll say it now. The book provides some consistency to the course as well, so that teachers aren't spending an inordinate amount of time curating materials that might be different from different sections or courses within the building. It does provide some consistency. It provides a high quality resource to go to as they're planning and working. And it gives students the ability to go back to something to learn about and have it within their repertoire.
Thank you very much.
If I can just, I want to let the public know that the curriculum documents are in fact in the enclosures for tonight's meeting. They're listed in number 2, all documents for proposal.
Okay.
So it's there. It's a 323 page document, but Lee, you had your hand up.
You want to read through it tonight, right?
Read them. We read these documents.
Kind of go on what Ms. Maxon Kennelly said about the textbook and stuff, and it's a personal comment too. My daughter's a freshman at the university, majoring in film studies and something else I'm paying for. But in her basic freshman class, 2 classes, the teacher came and explained everything in the programs and stuff. And they hear that you didn't use a book, possibly her senior year. when the teacher goes, oh, we're gonna be doing this and doing this. Anyone dealt with it, no one in the class raised their hand but her. And the teacher said, where did you learn it? She goes, I did it in high school. We had a program, is what we did. So to show that it actually works and what you talk about in the future, these kids are coming out with these programs well advanced than some of the other kids in the nation, anywhere else in the region, right? So I think they're fully prepared, and the fact that there was a textbook says a lot about the staff that teaches it, that can prepare these kids. And I can only imagine once that textbook comes out and they start nailing down what they really need, those kids are even better prepared, and it surprised me, and it's just not that one class, she says, twice it happened during her freshman experience, so.
And there have actually been textbooks in the past, but they were outdated and we never got a more updated one. But I know that since I've been there, we haven't had one, but there had been textbooks years back.
The two books are here at central office for review if you guys want to see them. They did go out as a message to the public as well. We had one person who requested to see them. And to your point, Mr. Lee, there was one comment so far on the curriculum about advanced broadcast journalism that said pretty much what you said, which I'll get to for the next meeting because we're delayed on that, so you could see what the public input has been on that document.
Yeah, thank you. On page 14, the related implementation costs -annual. I'm just curious as to are all of these things or which ones are we doing now? Like for example, author visits, read alouds, enrichment programs. How does this vary from what we're doing and budgeted for?
We currently have no author visits in our budget in the library media budget. The digital citizenship read alouds, those were most likely supported by the schools. You'll see them as common resources in the elementary curriculum. I'll call them trade books essentially, which is a fixed cost for across the district. Much of the enrichment programming has been supported through our families and PTAs. So I would say nothing written on here is essentially been supported this year or prior years.
So is some of the purpose of this, because I know the PTAs are a huge supporter of these things. Is some of the purpose of this to shift this cost to the district so you have more control or consistency? So all the kids at the different levels are getting the same thing? Whereas right now I know different PTAs have different authors come in, but is part of this budget going to ensure that all of the kids get to the same experience?
Yes. Yes, it was feedback we received from the June presentation, which is how it got built into Unit 5, if you're looking at the documents throughout each of the curriculums. And as a result of building it in, the district then, we believe, took on the cost of it.
So these numbers, for the most part, are all annual, continuing what we should expect to see. Okay.
If that unit is approved with that document, then yeah, these would be reoccurring costs each year we put in.
And no other additional upfront one-time costs other than what you've laid out here?
Not beyond the textbooks for the high school.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Krasnoff.
I just have a quick comment, not really a question. I just want to thank you and everyone sitting in the back. The curriculum document was really impressive. So thank you for all the work you guys did. I did have a lot of questions when you first came up here. I didn't see anything and you definitely answered them. So thank you.
Ms. Jacobson has her hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to follow up on Mr. Ace's question on the author visits. This doesn't mean that the PTAs would still not be free to do something in addition to this budgeted author visit. They would still be able to do that, or their library media specialist in addition to, but this would just be paying for one, at least for each school.
That is accurate, yes.
Okay. All right. I wanted to ask you a few questions about some of the language in the curriculum documents in the earlier years, and I'm sorry if I sound stuffy, but some of the language, most of the skills that you're expecting in the document are pretty tech oriented. but I wanted to speak to some of the other issues which I might fall into the digital wellness area. So when you say things like maintain media balance for their social and emotional well-being, or make informed, healthy, and ethical choices using approved applications, and these are in early grades, first, third, etc., fourth. How does that look from an implementation standpoint for you in terms of how you're going to assess whether or not that's been taught and learned?
Well, sometimes it's actually, we actually teach a lesson about, ways, things to think about, actions we can take, people we can talk to, things we can or should not do. So some of that is actually a lesson that we put out there. It could be, and choices children can make, choices they, probably shouldn't make. That's one part of it. And then part of it is in our natural process of making good choices about following the rules, and also giving them opportunities to be online and offline, giving them opportunities to use both tech and print materials for research. So it's a little bit, it's sort of a mixture. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, I just wondered how that was going to look like in terms of an instructional practice, in terms of operationalizing some of those sentences. The other piece that I wanted to ask about was I did keyword searches in some of these documents to see how many times they came up. And I don't want to assign time to count. So when we see the words technology and technology used more than print in a document, have you assessed from an implementation standpoint how much time is being dedicated to technology time in this fixed schedule versus hands-on, paper-based, print media, etc.?
And you're talking about elementary.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, I haven't actually done the math, but I don't know exactly how much time, but when you look at how much time we actually are with the children in a year, right? We were with them 40 minutes, about 30 times a year, which comes out to 20 hours in an entire school year, right? That's the entire time we're with them. That includes lessons, that includes time on TAC, that includes, activities. At the end of the day, I can't imagine that being on tech during library learning time would be much more than half of that. Right. So, yeah, so it whittles down because you gotta get, you get everyone settled. You do a mini lesson, a shortened lesson, you have them do an activity. And we're not always on computers all the time.
Okay, thank you. I mean, and these might be implementation questions as you work through implementation guides or whatnot, but just food for thought in terms of what might come up as questions. And the last thing is, I just checked our approved app list. And just for pre-K through 5, there's about 180, I didn't count them specifically, but 180 approved apps just for pre-K through 5. So how often are we going through that list and ensuring that they're, A, we still want to either be paying for them, or B, that they are what we expect for our youngest learners to be accessing? I know IT did, and this might be an IT question, but just for follow-up for next time when this comes for approval, that's a lot of apps. So I just wanted to raise that tonight for next time, maybe just to get a clarity around how we're adding, are we subtracting, how are we approving new things or taking things off the list. So that's not necessarily for tonight, but maybe for when we vote at the next meeting.
I'll just add, we go through that list every year. We're doing it around this time of the year before budget comes up, to your very point. We do involve the staff in that of what is being used and what perhaps has lost its need for us, and if something needs to replace it or if it just needs to go. But that is a yearly process that we go through each of those applications.
And that list is of approved apps. Those are the apps that have signed the privacy agreement. They're not all paid for apps as well.
regardless, paid, unpaid, ensuring, that they're either useful or that they've been, looked at and made sure that they're something that we want our youngest learners accessing. Thank you.
Mr. Guernsey?
Thanks so much. Two things. The first is just a comment. When we're talking about the district paying for shared programming, this isn't a new concept. And in fact, obviously there's other programs that happen, but I just wanted to think back to our previous FAY program, Fairfield Arts for Youth, which was a cultural enrichment program. But in fact, going back 2 decades, was supported through the Board of Ed budget. So not in its entirety, but in part. So in a way, I think it's very exciting because we're sort of almost bringing this back in a new way because it's focused on author visits. So anyway, wanted to thank you for that, but also just to give context for the board who might not know about that history. The other part I was thinking about is just our schedule. I'd love to get some feedback on our schedule, our timing. I know that when you presented today, you talked about keeping the curriculum a little bit general or open so that it could be responsive to changes in technology. And especially I think that of all curriculums, this really has to be at the top in terms of being the communications field anyway, of being really a rapidly changing field. So, especially areas like broadcast journalism and TV production, even in the next 2 to 3 years could see enormous changes. So I just wondered, the timeline that we're on where we have these updates after 5, however many years, and then 10 years to look at this again. Can you envision that this particular area of curriculum study would benefit from like a 2-year review for at least for the coursework, so we can make sure that our students are really staying up to date? I'm not suggesting that you're not up to date, but because of potentially the enormous changes in these areas.
I would not suggest 2 years, but nonetheless, when the field changes so rapidly, usually the department will bring forward something that has to change, which one we then bring forward as either a curriculum change or a course change. So we are responsive to that without having to do a full review. And I know the teachers are the departments and the teachers are very responsive to that. I would also say that to your initial point with some of the general standards and content and skills, the implementation is pretty dynamic. So these teachers are always working on their Tuesday meetings and in their professional development time to say, hey, we've done this, it worked, but things have sort of shifted on us and we need to rethink how we're sort of doing business within this class that's still meeting the standards within there. But your point's well taken, and I would agree that if something changes so drastically that it defies what was initially approved in the next month, we would bring that back forward for recognition.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Maxine Cannelli?
Just 2 quick follow-ups. First of all, when it comes to the author visits, and I'm thinking especially of the middle school, but I suppose it could be for either of them, what is usually the determining factor? Is it trying to have a curriculum connection, in which case probably you wouldn't want all grades 6, 7, and 8 there because their curriculum is so different? Is it usually like, what's the criterion or criteria for determining this is the author visit we're going after?
It's sometimes there will be a curriculum connection, but it's usually an author that has that wide appeal, that can speak to 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Last year we had Pablo Cartaya, who writes middle grades and YA books, and he spoke to our 6th and 7th grade, and then he spoke to 8th grade, and he was able to adapt his presentation so that it was appropriate for all 3 grade levels. So we tried to find someone that has the books that have where their books are appealing to the students, and the students enjoy the books, or we know they will. He was an amazing, one of the best authors I've ever heard, and his books have not been back on the shelf, been able to stay on the shelf since. So we try, and we go to conferences, we hear authors speak, we'll do some research there as well. So it's more the dynamic author and the reading and the writing and understanding the author's craft.
That's what I was wondering in terms of
more
purpose.
Right. So there it's connected with language arts, but but also just, the appeal of the author and the books themselves.
The elementary school?
Last year, it just happened that, and not just easily, but 6 of the elementary schools shared one author. And she writes chapter books and she writes picture books. And she was amazing. And she had lunch with the kids and gave such an amazing presentation, equally to K-1 as 4 and 5. And that was the first time that we got really excited because so many schools across the district have the same author. It was the first time in my experience that we had that. And it was so neat to hear, to be able to share, first of all, between schools about the ways that we taught into that and the ways that we supported her. So that was really excellent. She writes fiction and nonfiction. So both of those things were really appealing to children. And she is super popular and has published many, many books. So for many reasons, she was an ideal author to have visit. And then when we were all able to share her, that one.
Does the district have any input on what the authors are speaking to? And I'm not talking about from a censorship point of view. I'm talking about from the perspective of we're really hoping, okay, I'm gonna be really simplistic about it. We're doing this in our curriculum right now. Symbolism, imagery, if you're talking about ELA or whatever it might be. If it's author craft, an aspect of it, do you get any input on, we're really hoping you can do that, so there'll be, hey, we're doing that right now kind of moments, or is it just the kids are gonna love the fact that you're famous and they know who you are, so have at it? How does that relationship work?
And as we're planning the author visits, they reach out to us or we reach out to them, and we do have conversation. They ask us about, the interests of the students or what they're working on in their classes, and they do make those connections. Pablo Cartaya did just that, which is what made him so exciting for the students, because they were like, wait, how do you know that we were doing this? So
that's fantastic. Thank you. And then the last comment I just wanted to make is that we have received a significant number of emails and reflecting a concern I think everyone has regarding this use of technology and how much they're doing it. And I know that when I go read those curriculum documents, it'll very much be through that lens of, is this warranted? Is there another way to do it? And I'm just curious how much of wanting to keep, again, what was the worst part of COVID? Isolation, screen time. And the last thing we want to do is finding ways to encourage that more, but obviously it can also be very purposeful and no, this is a positive and this is the what you're trying to navigate. But I just wanted to hear, as staff was, making all these revisions and having their conversations, how much of that was kind of front and center in their awareness of, as much as possible, we want to keep them off technology, but here's a great way that, I know there's a balance. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to that aspect of the staff conversation.
I know that it was a big part of our conversation in elementary. We talked about the fact that, that technology gives a lot of accessibility, especially to elementary school where kids' reading levels are all over the place. And so that is hugely helpful to us. But we also talked about the fact that we really want to emphasize, children's reading, right? and having them have choice and borrow books from the library and use books from the library, and also collaboration. That was a huge one. That's a huge part of every single year. You'll see it in the curriculum. Every single year we do one pretty big collaborative project. And so for all of those reasons, it was in the discussion the entire time, thinking about what was that good balance. And so yes, it was on our minds the whole time. And I think that you'll see it woven throughout the different units.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's really very thorough, and I know that we'll all review the curriculum documents and look forward to coming back. Move on to presentation 5B, district improvement plan. Dr. Parrish, this is you.
Yes. He brought him up. Dr. Parrish.
I have a cup there.
And on.
Good evening. I am Zakia Parrish, Deputy Superintendent, and I'm joined tonight by members of the executive leadership team, and we are here to present information regarding the district improvement plan. A lot of the data and some of the supporting information you heard 2 weeks ago at the district data presentation, but we will also have some additional information that we'll be sharing tonight. So just a reminder, in terms of the district improvement plan itself, it really was centered around the CASEL framework, as well as the academic academic expectations, as well as the curriculum itself, and making sure that it's culturally responsive, and not just the curriculum, but also the instruction and subsequent assessment that supports that curriculum and instruction. And so the goals that were set there within the district improvement plan also came out of these 3 areas. There are 6 strategic initiatives, which you'll hear information regarding the different activities that are taking place across these initiatives. So it's academics, SEL and equity, professional development, growth, student support, and community. And so there are specific KPIs or key performance indicators, which are the district improvement goals that were set. And so we will share where we are or where we were at the end of last year, and some current data as provided in reference to accomplishing those goals within the district improvement.
So first up, we've to talk about the gifted program. This is going to be before soon, so I won't say much. The curriculum's written. We've done the family and student feedback for that. We've done the revisions, and again, that department is preparing for their proposal to you on the gifted program. As we just talked about, the implementation guides are the things that come after an approval of an actual curriculum document, and these are getting better with time. And this is an area that is never going to go away. So this can stay in a strategic update all the time. Our core departments are a little further ahead than some of the smaller departments, but nonetheless, we are getting better at writing common assessments, looking at data, and then coming up with those learning plans that are going to get our students to mastery of the specific content and skills that you guys have put in there. So we're well on our way with that. We're continuing to work on it for all of our PD and our Tuesday meetings. And like I said, that's a dynamic process that will continue forever at this point.
Executive Director of Pre-K-12 Literacy. There's not much more to add for that third broad bullet there, except just to reiterate that, yes, this curriculum review process is indeed a process. And we get feedback from teachers on an ongoing basis, and that is how we, revise our assessments and our learning plans along the way.
Okay, Rob Mancusi, Executive Director of Special Education and Special Programs. Currently, the district has convened a district-wide MTSS committee, which stands for Multi-Tiered Support Systems Committee, that is overseen by Maureen Sullivan from the Special Education Department, as well as Ms. Goss to my right. in the process of developing MTSS procedures and a handbook for the current school year, as well as a new handbook and procedures to implement for the 25-26 school year. We are joining cohort number 4 as part of CSDE's, Connecticut State Department of Education's MTSS tracking system through CT SEDS for full rollout for the 25-26 school year. As you're aware, we use the Devereaux student assessment system as part of our universal screener in K-8. It is administered 3 times a year in October, February, and May. We now use the high school version of the DESA self-report, which is administered twice a year in November and April. And once those universal screeners are administered, school-based teams continue to look at the data to identify students in need of support. We continue with the restorative practices training that we started last year. As you remember, we did 13 cohorts last year, and we train up to 25 staff in each cohort. This year, we have scheduled 22 cohorts that we've started, and we're doing a cohort every 2 weeks, basically from now until June. And then for targeted supports for underserved students, we're continuing to establish more equitable grading practices, particularly at the high school level, continue to improve or develop programming to focus on relationship building. We continue on Move This World. We have SEL lessons available in Spanish and some family resources in Spanish. And we have developed assembled our school climate committee. You guys will be getting a document from me next week seeking your input on our school climate topics that I'll be seeking your input on. We do have a school climate committee and our SEL teachers, which are going to be focusing on staff development for SEL and culturally responsive practices as part of the work for the remainder of this school year. Additionally, with explicit SEL instruction and professional learning, School Climate Committee and the SEL Committee is developing a comprehensive continuing PD plan for implementation for 25-26 for our staff and beyond. Right now, as part of the committee work of the School Climate Committee, we've broken into subcommittees. And the membership of that committee, we have several parents on that committee, as well as representation of all levels. And I believe Mrs. Flynn is going to be joining our committee. We've had 2 meetings. We would love anybody else who would love to attend our meetings to come. So we're going to be developing a professional development plan based on data and information gathered. We're in the 2nd year of implementation of Move This World. What we found is that the rollout of Move This World is most effective at the elementary level based on feedback that we've received from all colleagues at all levels. As I stated, the DESA data from beginning of the year, data from this year, 24-25, from beginning of the year data from 23-24 indicates a decrease in the students classified as in need of instruction of additional SEL support across all grade levels. We have entered into a new program literally within the last few weeks. So there's still more information to come on a new component of Move This World that focuses on educator wellness. So more information will come on that. The School Climate SEL Committee will explore research-based SEL programs to determine whether or not Move This World will continue with us, or whether we will develop our own curriculum, or whether or not we will choose a new resource. That's all part of our work to take place this school year. And then looking at other training opportunities to deepen SEL implementation for staff and their understanding of what SEL is and what it is not. And that it really focuses on the core competencies of the castle wheel and not like mental health issues per se.
So this information with respect to attendance has been already shared at the previous Board of Education meeting, but just a reminder, our monthly attendance letters in reference to chronic absenteeism have started. They started November 1st and they will continue to go out every month. And that letter includes data regarding the student, their grade level, as well as the whole school. And the individual schools also continue to focus on their most challenging cases, as well as monitoring monthly attendance data.
The rigorous course enrollment we continue to look at. This was also presented 2 weeks ago. There are certain subgroups that we continue to not see the advances we'd like, but nonetheless, we continue to make sure we're catching those things early. We know that with rigorous course enrollment, it's too late here. So we do want planned, even in our elementary and middle school years, to make sure that students are prepared to take on honors level courses when they start in high school and be able to reach some of those AP courses as well moving forward.
Additional professional learning that will take place, that will be led by the special education department. Oh, I apologize.
Our evaluation system, this was approved last year. We've begun implementing it. We're at the point now where beginning of year goals have been due and approved. Initial observations have been done. Our PDAC committee will get together soon once we have some data on that to look at what's going well, what might need to change in the plan for possible reapproval. But nonetheless, we've done the implementation of it. Our administrators are also in calibration sessions. We've done 2 of them across our own schools in the district, elementary, middle, and high school, and we'll continue to do them, looking at specific single point competencies and how they should be, I hate to use the word rated, but essentially scored or rated within the lesson and what we're actually looking for when we say certain things within those single point competencies.
So this next section, I am going to elaborate on because this is a really critical element in our master plan to improve teaching and learning here. The first bullet references a nonprofit we work with. They're called Partners for Educational Leadership and Education. They work with many school districts across Connecticut to help improve teaching and learning. So in addition to what Dr. Zavajancic just mentioned, we also do engage our elementary, middle, and high school leaders, like our coaches, in professional learning monthly with this team. So this way we're all calibrated. Okay, so we take a look at the high quality instructional practices that we expect to see, and we work with our coaches on instructional coaching moves as well. There is Science of Reading PD that I offer once a month after school. I mentioned this, I believe, 2 weeks ago. These are things related to oral language development, all around the science of reading, obviously, structured literacy, pedagogy, as well as the role of automaticity is coming up. We just had a session on, I think I said oral language already. Oh, we just had a session on phonemic awareness as well. So just when you think you know everything there is to know about phonemic awareness, we learned more from more recent research. It was really interesting. We learned about brain research and how those topics have implications for the work that we're doing in our classrooms. I did mention this already, but very important at our elementary level. There are 6 days across the course of the year that we have our Hope Mifflin Harcourt, our HMH coaches, come into the buildings. Today was one of those days, actually. 7 schools engaged in a full day of professional learning with our coaches. They cycle through certain grade levels, go for about a 90-minute period of time, let's say. They watch lessons, they debrief, they study teaching, and they study learning. Our first half of the year, we're focusing on that vocabulary and reading component. Starting in January, we're shifting to study foundational skills in grades K through 5. Our language arts specialists at the elementary level receive ongoing professional learning every single month related to structured literacy pedagogy, practices, and programming. We also leverage our own Fairfield Public Schools coaches. They are front and center for curriculum implementation. They attend all the team level meetings. They deliver PD at department level meetings, early release days. They model, they team teach, and they engage in coaching cycles. We also mentioned that there is this Tuesday department meeting schedule, those after school schedules. They are set for the year. We have a really good plan in each of our disciplines to make sure that we're building a cohesive year-long professional learning plan. I should also mention that our 15 EL and ML, English learner, multilingual learner teachers support 342 students across our district. And they are working with 2 consultants that are expert in the field for professional learning across the year. Last but not least, our middle school reading teams are engaging in a series of professional learning as well, related to the science of reading and structured literacy pedagogy, which is a very systematic and explicit approach to teaching reading. And those are just some of the highlights I wanted to share with you.
Here's my interruption.
You're up, Rob.
Reminder. Some additional professional learning opportunities that the special education department oversees as we continue to train all certified staff throughout the district over the course of the year in QPR training, which is question, persuade, and refer, which is a suicide prevention training, which equips all staff with the knowledge and skills to recognize students who are at risk for self-harm so we can intervene and, guide students and families through difficult situations so they don't worsen. We continue to train our psychologists and our social workers in developing more measurable goals and objectives for students who require that level of support and collecting data to monitor the progress on goals and objectives and facilitating social skills groups for students with low incidence disabilities. This might be with students who have significant communication disorders, handicapped students. Additionally, we're continuing to train our staff in the MAPS facilitation process for middle school and high school counselors during this school year. What this is for students that we're struggling with, who we really struggle with developing a plan for their future. So we gather a team of, influential folks in this child's life, family, friends, faculty who know the student well, and we come up with a multi-year plan, assign responsibilities to get to point A to point B, so we can help the student, accomplish their goals, and work with the family to do that. We continue with school-based trauma-informed practices. To date, we've done 4 schools. We've done additional para training and verbal de-escalation strategies. This year, our first cohort of students in our Literacy Academy at McKinley School entered grade 6. So we're focused on structured literacy training for our grade 6 teachers at the middle school. We continue to work with, Margie Gillis and her staff at Literacy How. And, I proudly say Margie continues to choose to work with Fairfield Public Schools. And we proudly welcome her. And, our middle school cohort of students is doing very well. So we're already planning for our 8th and 6th graders next year, and we're training our 7th grade teachers this year in preparation for next year. So additional professional learning we are doing.
Should have also mentioned Margie's team is also working with the middle school reading teachers. Failed to mention that, but that's who we're working with, so that we're building coherence between gen ed and special education.
I will also proudly say that Margie is out there proudly talking about the work she's doing with the Fairfield Public Schools.
Well, I guess I'll jump in and say I'm proud of Margie as well. Good evening. So I'm going to continue with professional development, talking about our diverse and qualified candidate hiring. I would like to say this is a district initiative, and I'm very proud of what we're doing thus far. So our strategic marketing and branding campaign leverages the power of social media. We're creating compelling content that showcases our district's unique culture, benefits, and opportunities for both our certified and our non-certified positions. Through our social media campaigns, we will continue to actively engage potential candidates by highlighting employee success stories, workplace culture, and professional development opportunities. We maintain a strong presence at career fairs, creating direct connections with qualified candidates. Additionally, we continue to establish valuable partnerships with colleges and universities known for their diverse student populations, particularly focusing on institutions with strong education and professional programs. This targeted outreach allows us to build a pipeline of talented, diverse candidates while promoting our district's commitment to inclusive excellence and professional growth. Increasing our educator diversity. In alignment with the Connecticut State Department of Education's Increasing Educator Diversity Plan that was approved on June 4th of 2024, our district is continuing to implement comprehensive strategies to enhance diversity in our educational workforce. We are strengthening our commitment through refined, inclusive interview protocols that ensure fair and equitable candidate evaluations. Beginning January of 2025, our hiring managers and interview committee members will participate in a mandatory implicit bias training. This fulfillment is a state requirement, ensuring that we have more equitable hiring practices. Our new teacher academy has been restructured into a 2-year robust program, providing extensive support and mentorship to ensure long-term success and retention of our educators. Additionally, we are expanding our recruitment and retention committee to better represent our districts demographically by actively including staff members and community stakeholders who reflect our diverse student population. Our career pathways, we continue to work with the schools listed to ensure that our non-certified staff, like to become certified staff, have the opportunity to do so. And then for our teacher stage survey, Dave, I really wanted to get this in for you because I know you have been asking for it. So we did a pilot. We will roll out the actual survey in the spring, and we'll do it annually every spring. So if you look, we've asked a few questions to 15 teachers. The first one was around overall job satisfaction, and you can see the breakdown. So we had 4 teachers say they were they were satisfied. 3 said very satisfied. 1 was very dissatisfied. 3 dissatisfied, and then 4 were neutral. We also asked about their appreciation level from district managers and then their colleagues. And again, you can see the breakdown of the 15 teachers. We also asked the likelihood to stay in the district. And again, you can see the breakdown of the teachers who are very likely to stay and then who are most unlikely to stay. And again, I can get you, David, if you want the questions that we asked, I can send them to you. Thank you. So our school, with respect to our school improvement plans, we ensure that the plans that are written are aligned with the district improvement plans, and the goals that are set within the SIP is also aligned to our district improvement plan goals. This year, instead of having our 90-day change projects be a separate entity, schools wove those plans into their school improvement plan so that they basically lifted something out of that SIP that was specifically targeted to their school's challenges and areas of growth that they could focus on and work on. Within each building, they identify professional development needs based on not only their SIP, but also things that they've identified are needs within the building. And then at the end of the year, as well as throughout the year, we engage in conversations with the building leadership with reference to their school improvement plans, modifications that they may have had to make along the way as they learn and grow with their staff. in terms of implementing some of the things within the plan. And then at year end, what was successful? What were some of the things that worked or the things that weren't successful? And what did they learn as a school community from those things that did not necessarily work? And what would they change in order to make that particular strategy better? So I talked about the alignment, and that alignment goes all the way through to the goals that they set with respect to the educator evaluation plans.
Good evening, Nicole Danishevsky, Executive Director of Mathematics and STEM. I'm going to talk to you about the first two bullets here. The district, we continue to utilize data from various sources in order to make decisions and inform some of our next steps. We do have a comprehensive assessment plan that is reviewed and updated annually. The purpose of that plan is to provide staff with data points and snapshots in time throughout the year in which we can monitor student progress. As part of the process, school-based teams do meet quarterly in order to review the student data, the progress, and supports that they've put in place as part of our MTSS process. In addition, our data assessment coordinator provides teachers, coaches, and administrators with student data sheets that can be referenced and utilized in preparation for parent conferences and school-level data meetings. Lastly, we continue leveraging our data platform of Decision Ed, where attendance, performance, behavior, and enrollment data are housed. The second bullet, MTSS, was spoken to 2 weeks ago in our presentation. But as the district committee embarks on the work over the course of this year, we will be meeting to develop a handbook outlining our practices and protocols to support academic and non-academic needs of our students. Furthermore, there will be assessments identified with cut scores to establish students in need and potential next steps to support student growth and proficiency in our academic areas. Systems will be developed that outline structures to track student data and progress in order to monitor our MTSS systems.
So the data-driven decision-making is really grounded in a comprehensive assessment system, as Nicole just mentioned. There are those 4 buckets there you see: district screeners, progress monitoring measures, summatives, as well as formative tools. So this year, we are in year 2 of administering NWEA and Acadience in math and literacy as our screeners. And as we reviewed last time, our screeners help us to know which students are at risk. They also helped us to track growth. They also help us to see what strengths students have, as well as what are areas in need of support, as well as what they're ready to learn. So those are really critical. We do rely on opportunities then to progress monitor in between those screeners. And they help us to determine who's responding to instruction or intervention. We also rely on the district and state summatives. Of course, we know our state summatives like the SAT or Smarter Balanced happen after the instruction, as well as our end of unit assessments. So we monitor those. And finally, probably very importantly, the formative tools. We use those while we're teaching. So this way we have our checks for understanding and teachers can adjust their instruction. So all these assessments do help to ground that MTSS framework we're hearing a lot about.
So this last section is with respect to our communication process integration. Our district director of communications has been very busy. As you all know, there are monthly district newsletters that provide not only academic achievements across the district, but also highlighting community events, as well as reminders as needed. There has been very positive response to our implementation of Parent Square. As you can see there with the data being shared in terms of our connectivity, as well as communication links to the various families across the district in reference to being able to share information with them and also get responses back from them in reference to those communications. We continue to utilize and maximize our social media avenues, as you can see there. If you follow us on any of those different platforms, you know that we share information regarding community events, highlighting the activities of our students and staff, as well as just doing, and sharing general information throughout our social media platforms. We're continuing to utilize both the Parent Square as well as the website to provide up-to-date information, and this is done in collaboration with our IT staff. And we really want to just make sure that the information that's being provided to families, especially those regarding emergency communications, are accurate, up-to-date, and timely. We want to minimize unnecessary cause for concern, but also providing as much information to parents and families as possible. In terms of stakeholder engagement, again, regular updates using various platforms, including Parent Square, social media accounts at the district website, continuing to make sure that those things are updated regularly so that contact information as well as links are up to date and accessible to the public. And then using opportunities to share the great things that are happening across the district. Those bright spots and awareness months that are not only shared here at the board table by our superintendent, Mr. Justani, but also on our various platforms and websites. And just continuing to partner with the various media outlets across the area to make sure that information that's shared wherever we can highlight our schools, that opportunity is taken. We'll continue to collect feedback in the form of the surveys that are administered in the spring to both parents, staff, and students, as a form of feedback for us to not only get information about our school climate, but some of the other things that we need input from those various stakeholders on as well. And then, of course, we utilize our communication process to support our community partners such as PTAC, Fairfield Youth Collaborative, Fairfield Cares, and other community partners that have different events throughout the
Okay, we're going to shift gears a little bit, and these next couple of slides are going to show you the key performance indicators. Many of these slides were already reviewed 2 weeks ago, but it's the exact same data, it's just showing it in a different format. So this slide references the grade 2 key performance indicator. 100% of our students, and we need to have an incremental increase about a little over 5.5 percentage points if we look at the Acadians 83%, that students were at or above benchmark 2023-24. This next slide shows ELA performance of grades 3 through 8 measured by Smarter Balance. Again, we've reviewed all of this, but maybe just to highlight one data point here, there is a steady increase if we look at our populations among our Black and African American students. There was a 25% gap when we collected our baseline data back in 2021, and the gap has been reduced to about, I think it's 21.2%. It's just one of the highlights there. And then the next slide, this also was reviewed, but to summarize, our goal is to have proficiency at 84.8% by the end of 2027, and we are 3.5 percentage points away from this goal, which would mean we'd need to achieve 1.2% each year over the next 3 years. And it really is important to celebrate that our students performed better overall last year as compared to the former 3 years. This table does also show that the populations demonstrated an increase in proficiency in a positive direction when you look at that baseline all the way through to last year.
Similarly, the next couple of slides were reviewed 2 weeks ago in terms of mathematics performance. On this slide, we're looking at our SBA performance in grades 3 through 8 on math over the last several years. Our goal is by 2027 to be at 72% proficiency. You can see we are on our way there. One thing I'd like to highlight is that if we look back at 2021, assessment proficiency rates of our special ed students, they have increased 7% over those last few years. And students of 2 or more races have had the largest increase of 9% change. The next slide shows our SAT performance on the mathematics assessment. Mathematics portion. We did have that dip, which I referred to 2 weeks ago. I'm kind of looking at this as a new reset and a new opportunity for us to put some things in place so that we can get back on track towards that district goal. It was the first year of it being online, and we're doing some data analysis within the departments to support some growth there. And the last slide, again, shows our NGSS assessment proficiency rates, and you can see that we've had some slight increases. We are a little over 68%. We do have some growth in some of our subgroups in terms of high needs and non-high needs, but the gap between them is still persisting. So they're both increasing just at similar rates. So we're not closing that gap there.
Our next slide looks at suspension rates. We're looking to reduce the disproportionality of suspension rates by 3% from baseline data between subgroups in a positive direction. As you can see, from baseline to current, we're struggling compared to last year, 22-23's data to 23-24, the most current data. We have made the most significant progress from that year to the most current year in a decrease in suspension rates with our Black African American students. We've also had a slight decrease in our Hispanic Latino students and our students of 2 or more races. And a negligible increase in all of our students in our suspension rates from 22-23 to 23-24. And then the next slide talks about special education prevalence rate, reducing special education prevalence rates by 5% between disproportionate subgroups in a positive direction. I think we've been talking about how our prevalence rates have been going up for multiple years now. So as you can see, every year, our prevalence rate has gone up. So we're not hitting.
So this is data that was shared at the previous board meeting. But as I mentioned before, that last line of 2025 data said that was as of November 6th. Again, chronic absenteeism decreases, or it should decrease as the number of school days increases. And I'm happy to report that as of the 25th of November, all of our students in terms of the chronic absenteeism was 8.9%. Our high needs students, 13.6, non-high needs, 6.8. And actually, I'll start over so that you can jot this down, and I'll go in the order that matches the chart as well. So all students, 8.9. Our students who identify as Asian, 7.6. Our Black students, 12.0. Our Hispanic Latino students, 13.2. Those students identifying as 2 or more races, 10.3. Our white students, 7.9. Students in the high needs category, 13.6. Our students that are not in the high needs category, 6.8. Our students receiving special education services, 13.5. Students who are not receiving special education services, 7.9. Students identified as LML, 10.3. And those who are not identified, 8.8. So as you can see, we're continuing to make progress in a positive direction. Our overall goal is to be at 5% for all groups of students by the end of 2027, which is basically a 2.3% decrease across all groups per year.
And our last 2 slides are the rigorous course enrollments, indicating honors and AP enrollment among 4 domains there: social studies, science, math, and ELA. You'll notice that our Asian and white populations are above in terms of their enrollment in proportion to their population, and pretty equal across the years indicated. Our Black, African American, and Hispanic and Latino populations are represented below their current proportion, but you will notice over the years it is increasing towards that. And finally, our those who identify as two or more races are slightly above what their proportion is. We further broke this down into groups of students who are considered high needs, which is special education, EL, and those are within the free and reduced lunch category, as well as non-high need students, which would be everybody not in one of those three categories. We continue to work to get our high needs number higher, although it has increased in some domains. We do want it to be more proportionate represented in the Fairfield Public Schools. That I will open it up to.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Before we take questions, I've been told, we love having the public here, but since the room has been wired for sound, it's more sensitive to chatter from elsewhere in the room. It sounds like the broadcast is picking that up and it's a little disruptive. So to the degree that we keep that a little lower, that would be great so we can focus on our presenters here. Mr. Krasnow.
Thank you. I have a few questions, so bear with me. Number one, Mr. Zavajansid, when is the gifted program coming to us? Are we gonna be able to see it before December 10th? We just wanna make sure if we need budget stuff, we have it in time.
So I believe, and I'll speak to the chair here, it is planned for the December 10th presentation, our Board of Ed meeting.
Next, Move This World, since it seems like it's really good in the elementary schools, maybe not so good in middle, high school. Is there a plan to pivot?
One of the subcommittees of the school climate committee is looking into other resources or looking into creating our own kind of resource.
Okay.
And then coming back to the entire committee to, make some decisions.
So you'll then come back and present to us what you're thinking?
Yes.
Excellent. And then over to Kanika, the stay interviews. So definitely some enlightening information. Looks like half are very happy, the other half maybe not so happy. Was there obviously a specific list of questions? And then are you taking that and trying to take that further and, learning what we can do to improve the people that aren't quite as happy, maybe talk to the people that are very happy, what's made them so happy? So I just want to make sure we're using them properly if we're going to do them.
All of the above.
All the above. Okay, good. And you said you're going to send a list of questions, it's a pretty small sample size, of course. Have you felt they're good, they're working?
The state surveys, yes.
Good.
It's very enlightening.
Good.
Mr. President, can I just, could you send that to the board?
Yeah, that's it.
Mr. Lee?
Just real quick about the recruiting on teachers, not just with the teachers in whole, we know there's a teacher shortage. Are we making a broadcast out there that we need teachers also? And then on top of that, we're talking about the diversity and the minority teaching. Are we actually going after educational students in college, or are we talking about the mid-professionals that are looking for that career change and then get certified and getting them into a classroom?
We're actually doing both.
Are we seeing success with those kind of teachers that are looking at a career change? Like they may be very talented in engineering, something. Now we're gonna put them in, they want to be a third grade teacher and you put them in there and are we seeing success? Are those teachers staying? Are they successful?
Want to be third grade teachers, if they have a career in engineering. But we are seeing like our business professionals who they might have been in business for 30 years and now they're in the high school teaching business, and we are seeing a lot of success. So that is working for Fairfield. I will say from a CT perspective, that's where we get our richest, best, most qualified teachers, is those that have that industry experience and can bring that back to the classroom. So that's success there as well.
We're recruiting at both ends of this, of the.
Mr. Asa.
So with regard to the improvement, I appreciate the efforts that are being made. Curious, year over year, are we seeing any more of a diverse qualified candidate pool? So, I'll just throw it out there, like top quality candidate pools at Fairfield Public Schools once. Does that pool seem to be becoming more diverse or not?
Slowly, yes, we are, it is becoming more diverse. So the more we are doing targeted marketing, I think the better our pipeline will be.
I mean, because obviously, ultimately, we're hiring the best regardless of anything else. But I was just curious to see if that momentum, so I would think that our efforts are paying off slowly but surely. Thank you.
Ms. Maxton Crowley?
Yeah, and to that point, I guess I would hope that as you've now gotten some traction in a few years of this, I would hope that we would start to see some data for that. I totally now, I respect that the effort is there. I also know that what we are doing, every single district is trying to do, so I have no expectation of huge growth. It's just, everyone is trying to do exactly what you're trying to do, but still it would be good to have some data behind, are we meeting with any success or not? And not for lack of effort, I wanna say that, but it'd be nice to know. Several other questions. So I'm just gonna go in order. On slide 5, there was the establishing more equitable grading practices. I was wondering if you could provide some more explanation of that. Exactly what we're doing now.
Well, specific to special education students, we're trying to increase, more rigorous courses that they take at the high school. So by working with general ed teachers and special ed teachers, collaborating on how to make those classes more accessible to students with disabilities, and how general ed teachers can, we can equip them with the skills to be able to accommodate for special ed students more, with more ease. So students can be in those classes more.
Well, it's one thing to talk about accommodations or even modifications, but this is about grading. So how are teachers how are they being guided through an IEP process to change their grading
Collaboration
practices?
with special ed teachers on the grading process, like.
A high quality essay is a high quality essay.
High-quality
Knowing calculus is knowing calculus, so.
I will say this, we don't gift grades to students. So if students get the accommodations that they're entitled to per their IEP.
Not if, we know that they are.
Yes. When they get the accommodations they're entitled to per their IEP, they earn the grade they earn.
So then I don't understand what establishing more equitable grading practices means.
Consistency across classrooms among teachers.
Okay. All right, that makes more sense to me. Thank you. When you were speaking about so this is on page 6, the school climate SEL committee getting into Move This World for Educators. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, there's a new component to Move This World that we've been offered to participate in as a district. It's more.
For the teachers.
Yes, it's more focused on staff wellness to make them more available to be, to provide students the support that they need. But yeah, there's a focus on staff wellness.
Are we paying for that?
We were provided a grant for this year for that.
Okay, because I would want really good data before we invested in it.
It cost, this year cost the Fairfield Public School $0.
I like that number, but that it still comes with a component of time, and I wouldn't hesitate to cut and run from something that's not having benefit.
There's no long-term commitment. We're interested in learning more about it, so we would be more than happy to report back regularly to you.
Thank you.
Because we appreciate your concern.
Okay. So on the slide where we talked about the rigorous course enrollment and then are looking at the data, I guess the only thing I would be concerned about is, and I obviously I was part of that policy discussion. I'm very much for, we were talking about going back from the 5th grade transition to 6th grade. in terms of educating families about getting them on a more rigorous track to begin with. Not that our students are tracked, but on that track. So in some ways, I would wonder why we would be expecting higher AP enrollment, for example, when we do not yet have, for example, the SAT data or the PSAT data to support that our students might have the foundation that would, like, we really need to see it there first. And it's not that I don't want this data, but is that how staff is thinking?
I would say within here, there is a belief baked in that the levels would be proportionate among what is currently in our building. With that being said, I don't think there is a one-to-one comparison between the test score on the SAT and the ability to do the AP courses. There's been a number of studies, not in district, that say even if students take the course, for example, an AP course, not just an honors course, that they benefit from the experience, even if they are not necessarily achieving the pre-score on it. So I understand the concern, but I wouldn't say that there's a consistent one-to-one between meeting the 510 or 480, which is essentially a C in a college level course, and also being able to enroll in some of those courses. There's also these, interests of students, right? Where perhaps maybe they didn't meet the 520 in math, but they have real interest in some of our fine arts courses that have AP levels that would put them in here. I know we've only reported on the 4 core.
Right.
But there are other AP courses that we do offer that would be beneficial to their program of work.
Right, and just to be clear, so I was only reflecting on the 4 core that are there. And while I completely acknowledge that point about SAT, which of course is not, well, for the evidence-based reading and writing, is more skill in theory. We do have all those SBA scores, and yes, I absolutely acknowledge that having the experience is helpful. You still have a teacher who is being charged, this is a college course, and a student who is unprepared for college work. Again, that to me is a goal of increasing this number. That's not more important than giving them the foundation they need so that when they are ready, that they're ready for that college. Again, I've always had mixed feelings about this. I absolutely think there are students who have been missed, whom we should have moved along. But that also can mean the students can, and that could be in any group, could be inappropriately moving in, but sorry. One thing that I didn't see in the professional learning, and again, apologize if I missed it, this was on slide 8, was we talked a lot with the Early Literacy Academy in all of its discussions on increasingly empowering the buildings to be able to provide some of that work, since obviously we have limited allowed enrollment in the Early Literacy Academy. But I didn't hear that talked about in this list of PD, and I was wondering, I don't know if there's room in the time of day because of all of the work needing to happen with the science of reading, or is that still happening?
As part of the cohort training that we do, as part of training special ed teachers who are working with students specifically in the Literacy Academy, we're also training the general ed teachers who are going to be interacting with those students. At the middle school level, we're prioritizing the ELA teachers. So when the students are in ELA classes, the ELA general ed teachers will have some knowledge and skill to support them in that setting. We also have the support of the Literacy How coaches or coach who works with the general ed staff 1 day per week at each of the middle schools when students are in general ed settings. And then the paras who support kids in the Literacy Academy. They also go through the structured literacy training.
And I love all of that, except that what I'm talking about are the students still in the elementary schools, not in the Early Literacy Academy, that, if this was all based on a score, might have been right below the cut score, but certainly could have benefited enormously from what is happening in the Early Literacy Academy. I thought we were trying to have a little bit of our own staff trained in the elementary schools for those students who didn't qualify for the Early Literacy Academy?
We have trained several special education staff and general education staff who, you know, because we do have, each cohort has up to 30 slots. So not all cohorts have been for staff, special ed and general ed staff solely who work with the Early Literacy Academy students. Those are our priority staff, but then we have several other slots open that we fill with others.
Thank you. That's what I didn't hear that as part of this, so I just wanted.
Every cohort has a number of others.
Thank you.
You may remember we did do a strategic rollout of this. We trained principals first in the elementary, and then all K teachers, all first, all second, and then rollout of the curriculum, which is the pedagogy was taught prior to how it's being implemented as well. So we can be assured that every teacher who went through each of those cohorts was trained in structured literacy, the science of reading, is continuing to get support in our ELA curriculum as a result of that.
Thank you for the reminder. One point regarding the teacher stay survey data, and again, thank you to Mr. Krasnoff for pushing this. I was very excited about this data, so I'm glad it was asked. I would just suggest adding one question, because I think it might be telling about the very unlikely or the unlikely more dissatisfied is how likely are you to stay in education? Because the dissatisfaction therefore could be as a result of a poor career choice, as opposed to there's something within Fairfield Public Schools that isn't working for them. That's just a suggestion. So, because obviously plenty of people are leaving and it would have nothing to do with the district in which they're working. Just a couple more points I wanted to raise. First of all, on number 15, I can only reiterate what I know we've talked about many times, we've heard from the public, and that is just a lot of assessments. And I know we continue to look at that, we continue to evaluate that. I'm only repeating it just to know that, I think it's something that all the board members are still aware of as well, and always looking to find if there are ways we could cut or reduce as is warranted. I did want to thank you on all these key performance indicators for including 2018, 2019. So thank you very much for hearing that point. I think it's, again, I know assessment has changed, so it's not that it's, a rock solid apples to apples comparison, but I do still appreciate having that point in there. So thank you for including it. I think that might be my, that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Guernsey.
Oh, thanks so much. Thanks for this presentation. And I just wanted to draw your attention to page 24. This is the it's a key performance indicator around suspension rates. And I spoke to this last year. The number for all students is actually what's very alarming to me at this point. So it kind of has me thinking about, when we set these goals through our district improvement plan, it was with the idea that we would reflect on our goals and be responsive to them and make changes as needed. Here, this is an example on page 24 of, originally the disproportionality was of great concern to us. I don't know who shares my concern about just the overall number of students or percentage of students that are being suspended over the past 2 years. But this is the kind of thoughtfulness that I would like to see as part of this strategic plan in response to the district improvement plan. I mean, I don't know what this phase looks like, but last year, Mr. Testani had spoke to the idea that he would be looking at the district improvement plan and in fact suggesting changes that he would like made to it. Obviously he's not here tonight. I don't know if anyone is prepared to speak on his behalf about those suggested changes, when we might see them, if in fact he's been working on them. I'm not sure how that's going, but I have these thoughts about a number of areas around the key performance indicators. Again, page 24 is just one example, but can anyone here respond to that?
So yes, the plan has been in the works. There is active work going on in terms of revising the plan, and Mr. Testani plans to bring that forward to the board in early spring. So there is work in terms of revising some of the focus areas, some of the goals that have been set, all of the above, but that is something that's forthcoming. So it would be in early spring.
So do you know some of the focus areas that he's looking at? I mean, do you have any more information? Because I know he said he was working on it this year, so
Yes.
had a year has passed, so an update on that would be nice.
What I could say is, we are taking as a district, and this is a multi-year rollout, but, and it is a great focus of work, is, because suspension is, it is a concern of all of ours at this table. And trying to work with staff on taking a more restorative approach versus a disciplinary approach. Obviously, there's situations when board policy is breached or safety is a significant concern, or like legal issues are involved. There's certain situations that, you know, if safety or the law is broken, you have to do certain things. But you know, trying to repair damages or repair relationships in a different way versus, you know, excluding a student from school. We're working with staff, but you know, we have and changing mindsets. It is a lot of work. It's a heavy lift. It's worth the time. Part of that is going to come out of the climate work that we're doing. We're going to be seeking your input on some of that stuff. We want your input, but you make a good point.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Mrs. Jacobson.
Hi, thank you everybody for this great presentation. Just a few questions for me. Mr. Mancusi, on the school climate piece, are you guys updating the school climate plan right now? Is that going to be coming to us this year?
Yes, actually, we've had 2 meetings, our committee. We have 33 members on the committee. We're going to be sending out a Google sheet, seeking some input from board members on certain items. We're going to be sending that out next week. We're going to be coming to the board, you know, sometime in the spring, well, late spring likely. It's my understanding that Mrs. Flynn is going to be joining our committee. Any other board member, obviously, is welcome to join. We would love your input. We have several parents on our committee, as well as many representatives from preschool all the way through high school.
Awesome. Thank you so much. The extension of the new teacher academy over 2 years, can you just tell us how that came about and what's the thinking around that and how's that looking and helping with any retention efforts or just supporting our new teachers?
Sure. So this is the first year, and it came about through the teacher leaders and also some of the teachers who went through the program over the last few years. Just wanting not it to end their first year, but wanting to continue to learn and grow in terms of methodologies and things of that nature. So we decided if teachers want it and we need it, it'll help with retention to make it happen.
Awesome. Okay. And then on page 14, the building PD that came up at different buildings. Can you just give us some examples of professional development they were seeking at the building level that they weren't already feeling like they were receiving? Just curious what some of those topics were.
So this is in reference to their school improvement plan. So for example, there were schools that when they dug into their school climate survey data, they saw that, you know, student connectivity, connections to adults in the building was an area of concern for them where it might not have been concern for other schools, you know, within that level. It was a concern for them. And so they were looking at ways in which they can increase that connection between students and a trusted adult within the building. So they might have conversations about, you know, developing those strong relationships with students. How can you, you know, engage students in conversations using restorative circles to build a sense of community? It really does just vary by school. So that's an example of one specific thing that a school may have highlighted that wasn't necessarily a district focus in terms of professional development. Yes, we are training everyone in restorative practices, but that might have been something that they identified was a great need for their school as a community that they wanted to focus on specifically. And so that's what they decided to move forward with. Other areas, it really just depended on the nature of the school improvement plan and the focus areas.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And then I don't know who can speak to this question, but the new MTSS role, just how is that supporting the MTSS work, and just how is that person assisting with this? Just because that wasn't a budgeted position, so I'm curious in terms of what they're doing and in support of the efforts there.
So it's an MTSS lead teacher. And so
Mhm.
she's integral in the development of our MTSS framework, for example. So she's a member of the committee. She really works with the staff members and the students to ensure that she is keeping track of the tiers of instruction and intervention, the triangulation of data, drilling down to what students need, coordinating with the classroom teachers to make sure that the scaffolds are in place in core classes, especially depending on what students need. And so she's sort of like that SRBI coordinator that we have at the middle school level. She kind of oversees that entire framework for the building.
For all campuses?
For her campus, for Ludlow.
Oh, just for Ludlow, okay.
Yes, for Ludlow.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. That's it.
Mr. Lee.
Just a quick question, and maybe could be a rookie board member question. Do we track postgraduate when they leave the system, what happens? Like, I notice we have all these data. Do we know when kids graduate from the Fairfield public school system, are the African Americans going on to college? Are the special needs that have been on a modified schedule, are they going to college? Are they successful? Do we not track that? Is that something we don't do?
So a lot of that information is collected through like the National Clearinghouse, which collects that information for all schools. It does look at not only those who enrolled in the fall following their graduation, but also those that followed up, and they call it the persistence with their sophomore year. So that is information that's tracked on a national level and as well as evaluated and analyzed at the state level. So that's information that, yes, we are able to get.
We are able to find out when kids graduate here, they go to school, they actually graduate from school, or they do something else.
Whether it be directly to the workforce or the military or into a 2 or 4 year institution. That's information that goes into that clearinghouse.
Follow up on that? Do we get that by district? Because
That's
I've
something
never.
that we send to, that they send to us. It's something that it's on Ed site. That's
But it has Fairfield specific data.
Yes.
I've seen that.
I'd like to see that. Because I'm curious, like, we see all these datas and everything like that, and especially we now know with special needs going on. I like to see if they're successful. We're doing the right things to prepare them for that next level, right? And the kids that we talk about, the AP courses, I know our kids actually are those AP credits actually, I don't know if that's part of the credit, but are they're working hard in high school to get it? College is actually accepting those AP credits for what they took it for.
We'll see that. I want to make sure I'm clear on the clearinghouse data. It doesn't track by whether or not they took AP courses in our school. It's whether or not they're in.
Whether or not they would,
Yes.
whatever they
Not tracked by our level of disaggregation of which classes they took, and it's not that level of.
All right. I think we've exhausted the questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, we can move on to old business. 6A, approval of digital design for apparel court. We had this presentation at our last meeting. Guess we'll put the motion on the table. The Board of Education approved the digital design for apparel course. Can I have a move by Mr. Asa, seconded by Mr. Lee? Any questions or comments? Any public comment? All right, coming back to the board, all in favor? It's unanimous 7-0. Thank you very much. Item 6B, the 2025 Board of Ed meeting dates. Really, the only thing to call out on this was that we for now landed on Tuesday, November 25th, 2025 for our organizational / regular meeting. We don't know yet when the town will, maybe something we will need to look at as the town finalizes its calendar. But other than that, I didn't get any further comments, so this will be presented to the town clerk. Fair enough? All right, moving along. Item 7A, first reading of world language textbooks.
Are we okay leaving the lights on? Does anyone have any objection to leaving the lights on? I can see it, but it's a bright board. Are you guys okay with that? All right.
I prefer.
Yeah, I prefer to do that. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everybody. This evening, Ms. Jaskar, our world language coordinator, and I bring forward to you the curriculum resources for a first read. These include curriculum resources for Spanish, French, Italian, Mandarin, and Latin. We'll begin our presentation this evening with a review of our process. This presentation is unique and atypical in the curriculum review process that is generally at this point, which would usually include a written curriculum as a complete package, including integrated resources that we're presenting tonight. As these curriculum resources have budgetary impacts and the curriculum documents are not ready for proposal at this time, we wanted to make sure that this information was publicly disseminated for review. So I will begin just with our process here that most departments follow. Most content area disciplines follow this structured approach to curriculum review and renewal. This process begins with state and professional organizations approved content area standards. Within our district, we always look at data and review it, including student achievement, course enrollments, and qualitative indicators from staff within the department. Departments then begin to review the resources available to them. In world language, this process began last October 2024, and continued through the spring of 2024. Upon selection and review, the department then forms teams of teachers to begin horizontal and vertical alignment of disciplinary courses. This includes assigning content and skills by course, ensuring that the curriculum develops from one level to the next, and making certain that no critical standards, skills, or content are omitted or misplaced. Although this may seem quick and a quick and uniform process as I explain it, it is anything but. In fact, curriculum writing is often a messy process while teams of educators grapple with the best scope and sequence for their discipline. Scope referring to what a teacher will teach and includes breadth or the range of topics, as well as depth and the thoroughness of which each topic would be addressed within the document. Sequence refers to the order in which the content is introduced. It includes the curriculum's cumulative effect, or whether students can apply previously mastered skills to new learning, and its systematic nature, or whether or not content and skills are taught in a logical manner, moving from the least to the most complex. All in all, the goal is for the curriculum to make sense and be connected to the discipline standards, designed to engage students in rigorous content and skills at the appropriate grade level, not going too far and being too challenging, and of course, not going too far below and being too simplistic. The work doesn't stop there. At that point, we generally bring the curriculum forward to the Board of Education as a proposal and a first read. Nonetheless, once the curriculum is approved, the document continues to be in a working fashion, and we call that implementation. This includes building common assessments or end of unit checkpoints to determine if those content and skills that we have approved are mastered at an appropriate level. These checkpoints also serve another purpose, for educators to have meaningful dialogue about student learning and curriculum goals, and whether or not their instruction is impactful. The process of instructional implementation occurs cyclically over the duration of the curriculum's implementation. In this instance, 10 years based on our calendar. You may be wondering why we are talking about resources in our curriculum document. I have a list of the main reasons why we look for high quality instructional materials when we build our curriculum here. Primarily, curriculum resources ensure that a course's content and skills in instruction are at an appropriate level. The resources generally have already gone through a review to ensure connection to appropriate standards and appropriate grade level connection and sequence. In this case, the ACTFL standards, which is the American Council for Teachers of Foreign Language, which devises them, and Connecticut is currently under draft of those standards to be approved by the State Board of Education. In sum, by having curriculum resources, we oppose what literature would call curriculum chaos. Curriculum resources allow teachers to focus on what they do best, teach and instruct students, make the appropriate connections, bring the course to life, and alter as necessary. It gives them time to focus on planning and instruction, and not to attempt to create, find, curate, or source all the materials for their classrooms. Moreover, we know that when we have high quality materials that are aligned, there is consistent access for all students. Although not foolproof, they give the basis for all learners to have access to grade level high quality material while discouraging the use of inferior materials. Finally, one of the key indicators of achieving schools is what is called a guaranteed and viable curriculum. Guaranteed in the manner that regardless of school or teacher, all students are getting a meaningful and consistent experience as approved by the curriculum. We've spoken about this before at this table and within our meetings, and the evidence is persistent. Coherent, content-rich curriculum is one of the single largest factors in promoting equity and improving student achievement. There cannot be educational equity without coherent curriculum. Our world language curriculum development is towards proficiency, and the department is working towards that goal. As I said, ACTFL, which is their overseeing professional organization, and the draft Connecticut standards describe proficiency as the ability to use language in real-world, spontaneous interactions in a manner appropriate to the culture where the language is spoken. We get to proficiency through performance. Teachers guide their students in their progress towards proficiency by providing opportunities to demonstrate what they can do with the language through the performance tasks in our curriculum. Essentially, this is not an either-or proposition. It is a both and proposition. This is not an either-or proposition. It is a both and proposition. In order to gain proficiency, students need to study, be immersed, and practice language skills, those being reading, writing, listening, and speaking, in the target language. Moreover, the assessments that students take are judged based on this continuum of proficiency. As I stated, language learning is not an either-or proposition. There is a role to grammar and vocabulary. And I know there was some worry that a curriculum resource would lead to perhaps lack of teaching towards proficiency. Although we work to immerse students in the language and culture while in class, the amount of time is minimal in that course of study versus living in that country where the language is spoken. The standards continue to guide us in this endeavor. ACTFL and the Connecticut standards state the importance of grammar, and I took this directly from their documents, which is that grammar must be addressed meaningfully in language-based activities. The curriculum review will incorporate these indicators in order for students to reach those levels of proficiency from the former slide. In short, in order to learn a language, students need to learn the language's characteristics and features. Lastly, before I turn this over to Ms. Jaskar in the department to discuss the department's selections of curriculum resources, it is important to discuss where we stand currently in our curriculum. As indicated on this slide, each language except for Italian and American Sign Language, which are taught in our schools, currently have a curriculum resource. Some of these resources, specifically the Spanish and French, were just renewed within the last 2 years. They are textbooks. This is not a new process. This is a continuation of a process that began last October, with the exception that the timeline is different due to the curriculum not currently being prepared for proposal at this meeting. In a perfect system, I would love to bring to you tonight both the curriculum resource and the curriculum document as one package, but was unable to do so for you.
Good evening. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about each of the resources that the different language teachers have selected. The Spanish teacher, so I just want to start by saying that we gave the teachers a lot of autonomy in choosing these resources. They were able to do research and search and discuss at length and bring some different ideas to the table. And then we ultimately voted on a variety of different resources, some unanimously, some others, some otherwise. And so the Spanish teachers have selected Entre Culturas, which is by Wayside Publishing. It is aligned to the ACTFL standards. They are going to be using this for their levels 1 through 4 courses, as you can see here. Each level consists of 6 units. It is unclear as of right now. We're selecting our units right now. We're not sure which ones the teachers are going to choose for each course, but they're going to make sure that they go in a logical sequence. The textbook includes digital access for each student as well as a hard copy text. We're going to be purchasing hard copy textbooks for classroom sets, not per student, so that each teacher has a class set of approximately 25 books in the classroom, not necessarily for each child to take home with them, but each student will have digital access to the text. The textbook cost is $230.27 per student, including the textbook and digital access, $147.74 digital only access, and we will only be, after this first year, needing to purchase the digital access subsequent years. It's an 8-year license for this. So French has selected a very similar program. It's made, I'm not going to say it correctly, is by Wayside Publishing as well. It is aligned to the ACTFL standards. It is very similar to the Entre Culturas, very similar programs. Both Entre Culturas and Entre Culture just came out with their brand new 2.0 versions that we were lucky enough to get presentations on earlier this year. So the actual current textbook is not even physically in our hands. We got some advanced copies, so I'm very excited that we're getting some resources that are absolutely brand new. The same price, textbook cost is the same, and the digital access is the same. We're also looking at an 8-year license for this. It is the same, like I said, program for Spanish, but obviously just follows perspectives, practices of French-speaking communities. Our Italian teachers have chosen 2 resources. New Italian Espresso is going to be used for levels 1 through 3 of Italian. It's an updated version of a book that's been around for a while that's been very successful. Includes digital access with supplementary activities. The current textbook was published in 2021. Textbook cost is $35.28 per student, including the textbook and digital access, $36.17 digital only access. This is a 3-year license. Italian level 4 is going to use Panorama Italiano, and that is a 2-year license. Our Mandarin program is going to be using integrated Chinese, also aligned to the ACTFL standards. It is a wonderful program that is widely used throughout North America. This series uses a variety of different print and digital options. The current textbook is published in 2024, so it's also a very current text, which we're very happy with. The cost is $275 per student, including textbook digital access, and this is for a 5-year subscription. Our Latin teachers have selected Suburani. This is a Latin course that looks into the Subura in Rome, their travels through the empire. So it features language notes, civilization text, history, mythology. The book has been designed to be highly adaptable. We're looking at this for levels 1, 2, and 3 of Latin. The textbook cost, it was published in 2024. The textbook cost is $75 per student. This includes the hard copy textbook and digital access.
At the end, I will say all of these physical books, similar to the library media, are our central office if anybody wants to review them. If then they go out to the 12 last week. There are 3 people interested so far in physical, as well as submitting feedback online. We do have teachers with us from each of the languages who will be able to answer some questions if you have specific language-based questions about the resources we're proposing.
Thank you so much. We'll start with Mrs. Maxicali.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Couple of questions. First of all, I want to thank you for acknowledging upfront that the process that we're doing here is not the norm for us. And understanding why, definitely appreciate the pressure that an impending budget presentation puts on you for this. But I was wondering if you could speak to how you feel confident that this in no way is going to be a detriment to our world language program. Like, why do you still feel good about this process as different as it has been?
The process is still continuing forward in the same trajectory it would have. If the budget were not presented, we probably wouldn't be here. We'd continue writing the curriculum and we'd bring that package forward to you as both textbooks and curriculum moving forward. So to your point about the impending budget, we know we're going to put some numbers in there that should rightfully get some questions within there, within the budget. So I don't believe it's a detriment. The department has already begun writing curriculum last year and continues to write curriculum with that in mind, and the textbook's not, or the resource is not going to be a hindrance to writing. It will only be helpful.
But that's exactly the point, is that we've, in the past, we pick the curriculum, staff works on the curriculum, and then we pick the text to support that. This feels backwards, even though, of course, the curriculum work has been ongoing for quite some time. It's just had a bit of a reset. But I was hoping you could speak to how does this process of having the textbook first before the curriculum is finalized, how you view that as either an asset, a detriment, or neutral?
I see it as the same process. So the department began looking at resources last October before they began writing curriculum. I think there might be a bit of a misnomer that we write all the documents and then try to find something that fits them. It looks like it's backwards now because you're getting it in pieces versus getting it all together. So last October, they began reviewing resources and then writing curriculum as a result. You're just seeing the final stage of it in 2 separate pieces. Most departments don't generally complete a full curriculum and then go out and look for something that matches. There are a few, like Tech Ed last year, for example, they don't have a textbook, so to say, for the most part. Theirs is pretty project-based. It's based on how things scaffold within there. And I would change my response if you were asking me that last year, sitting here with technology education. Most domains do it this way. So social studies, for example, during election day, reviewed resources. It'll come as one package. They have not finished their curriculum writing. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I also just add to that we are attempting, as always with language, to create thematic-based units. So each unit has a theme, has an overarching idea or an essential question. It's very difficult to write curriculum based on this is what we're going to teach in this unit and then find a text or a resource that matches up to that perfectly. Because we, as always, we want to also teach grammar in context. And so if we're teaching a grammatical function and we're talking about a particular, we're shopping, it's hard to then find another book that's also going to introduce it the exact same way that we're looking to do that. So it is much easier to write the curriculum based on having that resource in mind.
Might I add, since you brought it up, if we were going down a road where we said, give us a skill-based curriculum, which in my introduction, I'm not saying we should have, like, I believe in a coherent, content-rich curriculum. If it were skill-based and we just said, we want kids to be able to communicate and we're not worried about seeing the content in the actual curriculum, I think we could probably do that without a resource. We would just put the communication standards in and we would spread them out over 4 years. I don't believe that's the best way to do it, and I don't believe that would be the best product to bring to this board.
Thank you. Just two more questions. I was wondering how you feel that these resources set you up for the AP curriculum.
I don't know if any of you want to talk about that. And just say your name.
Marie Leving, I teach French and I've been teaching AP for now 12 years. The fact is, like, when we get to AP, like, we use a lot of a College Board like material, what they gave us. And that when I got to AP, it's what the kid have learned prior that now we put into, it's not anymore like I would say, like all the year prior, people would have learned the grammar and the vocab and have team and units and learn about shopping, and a unit is about different team. When I get to AP, the kids, because they've been now in the language for 6 or 7 years, they have a bunch of vocabulary, they have a bunch of grammar knowledge, and now in AP, I can use College Board. We will talk about there's 6 themes in AP, different things. And all of those themes at the lower level, I've touched upon all those little pieces. So it's kind of like the big puzzle come into place when you're in AP, where now the kids have learned all these knowledge and now we put them in practice in talking and discussing and debating and and accomplishing the AP task, which is conversation, present oral presentation, writing an essay, and expressing your opinion, so the kids, when they come to, after those 6 years, they have gone through all these units, then they're ready because now they have all this knowledge with them from the 6 or 7 years of French or Spanish they have taken.
So you find that, in other words, that these will set you up well for that?
Absolutely, because it's kind of building block, right? They start small, at the low level, we're learning a bunch of vocab, then they learn a bunch of grammar context, then we put it in context, discussing, making activity to use all of this together, and then we build on, and they build on, and then they learn vocab, and then we reuse some vocab, and we reuse some, structure, and then eventually it's kind of building block, and then eventually they get to me in AP, and I'm like, okay, they have all these vocab and knowledge and grammar, and now we can discuss, we can debate, we can, they are capable of reading more difficult texts because they have all these building blocks. And I think when I look at those books, it's giving them all those building blocks to get there, to get to AP and be prepared to do it.
Thank you.
I think puzzle is the right word here. When I met with the department for the first time, I think it was August 24th. One of the things that clearly came out was an assurance. So there's middle school teachers behind me. There's an assurance when you finish Spanish 2 and you go to Spanish 3 that certain things are covered and mastered. And to your question of how this helps, I think that's how it helps.
Yeah.
We call it building blocks or puzzle. There's this assurance that there's some consistency and coherence of what was happening. Now, again, it's not foolproof. Kids forget things. We've all sit in rooms where kids said oh, I've never learned that before. And we've also all sit in rooms where we're I had you last year. I know I taught this, right? With it. So I think that's an important point, that there's a coherent curriculum when you have a consistent framework. It's not curated independently by X amount of teachers across the district because there's not a assurance of what they're using.
Yeah, because when I get to AP, teaching AP, I'm getting those kids in front of me and I'm assuming like, you know, that they had all those basic skill, like they have practiced so that they come to me and like, well, they come to me. They stay with me because there's 2 French teachers, so it's not like, you know, but like, you know, when they come to the last final step, then they have like, you know, they're capable. And it's funny because even the kids will say, oh my God, like I can do this. And I'm like, yeah, because you have all those year practice and recycling thing and, you know, and redoing it a little bit. And what I like with the textbook is that we recycle stuff, like, you know, it's got a sequence that's logical and recycle stuff. So like the kids are, you know, it's kind of like got to follow up and it's recycled material. So the kids like build up on it.
Thank you. And then I just have one last, it's not so much a question as a plea. I've asked for this off and on, and now I'm gonna put you on the spot publicly. And I would apologize, except that I'm not. We're talking about making some investment here, and I'm thinking specifically of Mandarin, Italian, and Latin. And we're about to put a decent amount of money behind those. And we know that I think we do them a disservice if we do not allow those high school teachers to go to the middle schools and showcase their wares. I know that they are allowed to do it now as part of the, and I forget the timing, if it's January or February, when all the 8th graders are invited to the high schools and get the incredibly overwhelming and exciting tour of the high school of here's the wood shop, here's the CAD lab and everything else. And in the midst of all of that, you know, you have the 1 or 2 Latin teachers, you know, the Chinese teacher saying, you know, come in, let me tell you about and it's lost. And we're about to invest the money in it. I would like to see those teachers have the chance, and obviously it's up to staff to make that happen or completely ignore me. But if we're gonna put the money behind it, and a couple of these have been in danger of not having enough enrollment. And so I would like to have the assurance that if we're gonna put this money into these, that those teachers are gonna be given the chance to try something a little bit different in middle school, and speak about their programs to the students. That's my plug.
We will work with the administration on logistics.
Mrs. Guernsey.
Thank you, Ms. Maxon-Kennelly. That is a subject that is very important to me as well. I have had conversations with Mr. Testani about it, and not just about bringing that educational piece to our middle school students, but also to their parents who are helping to guide them through this process as they go through course selection. So I see those 2 components of marketing to be really critical for the success of our programs going forward.
Thank you. Mr. Lee.
2 questions towards the Mandarin teacher. With the textbook, are they writing and reading also, or is it just conversation?
No.
It is all 4 skills. So reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
Let's see, students that take your class, they take it for 1 year and because it fulfills their language requirement, or they continue?
They continue for 4 years. Most are guaranteed continuation 3 years, and still have half, I would say more than half children go to level 4. The reason they will go to different is because we have they want to take more AP, or they want to have a elective class. So, but I have for years, a lot of students come all the way from freshman all the way to level 4, which is senior. And also the question is the book, teaching speaking and writing. Talking about the writing as a text or talking about writing as Chinese characters.
I saw it the other day. I was in Ms. Healy's class. They were writing Chinese characters. It happens.
So I value it. I think it's very important.
My son did all 4 years in her class.
Mrs. Guernsey wasn't finished.
I'm sorry.
I know she didn't keep talking, but I think she had a
I
gesture.
apologize if I stole it for me, Carol.
Yeah, no, I'd love to continue. Thank you so much. One of the takeaways I have from this presentation, but maybe I'm misunderstanding, is sort of like this feeling of inequity, right? So we're talking about how important these resources are for our courses, but I don't see them for all of our courses. Like I still don't see them for ASL. I see like one book for Italian that they're going to use, it looks like for 3 years. Then what happens? You know, where are the AP materials? I don't really understand how this feels equitable across our languages if we're investing in Spanish and French in such an important way with 4 different books. Why am I not seeing that across our other subjects? And especially concerned about how, you know, Latin sort of drops off. What happens with our advanced Latin classes, Latin 4, AP Latin? What are the plans for AP Italian? You know, we haven't really heard about that. So that's one piece, is sort of this idea of like an equity piece about how are we providing these resources. So maybe respond to that, and then I have a couple more questions.
So I'll turn it over to the AP teachers who teach it, but AP is really curated through the College Board, which is why you don't see a lot of the textbooks there. And I'll have our Italian teacher go first. You'll notice on the front of the book, it says beginner to pre-intermediate, meaning it's, you know, within proficiency levels that could get them through multiple levels without having to switch the book. So why don't we start with Italian of why one book through 3 levels, and then
This
we can go to
book,
Latin.
we chose it because it has a lot of Italian culture. It presents a lot of dialogue and videos. The kids will be interested. We are writing our own curriculum following what we had previously. And this is our supplement book where we can gather some extra reading or dialogue videos that we can use in the curriculum. And the curriculum was written for all levels last year, so it encompasses also all the material that they need to know to get to intermediate level by level 4, yeah.
So I guess, thank you so much for that. And I understand. So physically a student would have one book for 3 years if they stayed in Italian for 3 years. And then they might go into, I'm not sure what, Italian 4, AP Italian, I still don't know what.
Yeah, there's another book for the 4. We chose another, it's not book.
The panorama.
Book, yeah,
Oh, I see.
panorama.
Okay.
Which
And
has,
so I guess the question then is, in terms of the AP resources that look like they're missing from here, and then also with ASL, you know, where is the budget for that? Or if we're talking about approving budget and we want equity and resources, that those seem to be missing. No? Yes? I'm not sure.
We agree. ASL does not have a textbook. They do have a teaching resource with the commands. We would not label it a textbook, which is why it's not in front of you. It is a teaching resource that the 3 teachers use within there, and it is consistent.
And is there a cost to that? I mean, what are the, because we're looking at this from a budgetary perspective.
They already have it. It is a few $100s. I think it was $233 for it within there. So, but again, it is not a textbook. I wouldn't classify it as one. It's a teaching resource within there. So that's why ASL does not have one.
Okay. All right. So I guess I have some more questions I can get back to you about the advanced levels, which I don't know if we're ready to answer that now. But I think the other thing I just wanted to address is, hold on a second, just related to the access of these materials for review. I know that, you know, as a member of the board, I'm not sure that I received an invitation to view them, but as a parent, I did. I mean, I got the invitation for world language on last Friday. It's a holiday week. I'm supposed to come and look at it by Tuesday. It doesn't surprise me that you've only had like 1 view or however many views. And so I wonder how that can be expanded. I'm just thinking about like process and with the holiday and how this makes sense in terms of, you know, the amount of time that's available to the public to give them, you know, to make this resources available.
Ms. Guernsey, I'm happy to expand it. I put the 4th on it only so that I could have feedback to the board prior to the next meeting. With that being said, it does usually go out far earlier. I unfortunately had a family emergency I had to attend to, which I couldn't get it out. But usually it is out a month earlier than that.
No, understood. So I think having that extra time would continue to be valuable. And then I also would like to make a recommendation in terms of how we would approve this budgetary item. I've just been thinking about what I would be comfortable with. And the idea that there would be an expense for resources and we could estimate that based on what you've presented today, possibly delaying the approval of the specific books to see them come back to us with a curriculum, but earmarking as a line item in our budget the estimated dollar amount for this resources. So just wanted to get some feedback on how that might be received by the board and or the staff.
We're bringing it forward so that we brought it forward so that, again, this was not a surprise in the budget session that's coming up. If you have not seen the memo yet, I put one together right before this meeting. So we're looking at a little over $600,000, which again, we want to make sure we're being transparent in the budget with this. If the board wants to earmark, that would be up to them. Up to you guys to do that, but I do want to be transparent in what we're asking for and what we're writing our curriculum from.
No, I think that's reasonable for you to request that. I'm just sort of sharing, I guess, with the board, my perspective, and that's that I'm still uncomfortable receiving this outside of the curriculum documents. And it's not that I'm not excited about these books. I haven't seen them yet in person, but I'm so happy to hear our staff is happy about them. I'm more interested in making sure that obviously we don't delay the implementation of a curriculum by not having the resources, the financial resources to pay for the books that we need, but I'm uncomfortable with voting to approve specific books at this point. So not sure how other board members feel about that.
I'll just say I certainly hear where you're coming from. I think we can have further conversations with Superintendent Testani as we approach the December 10th agenda. I can take a sense of the board. Does anyone feel strongly one way or another? Mr. Asa?
I have no problem moving forward with this based on how it was described tonight.
I have some more questions before I can make a decision.
Well, about this particular issue, about when to approve.
Well, it have to do with the dollar values and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not closing discussion. I'm just saying on this particular point. We can talk about it in other contexts as well, but I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, I have some questions about the dollar values and timing. So Spanish and French, first of all, thank you for all the work. Spanish and French, 2026. I know you said we have it, are we gonna get it early? We'll get it pretty much immediately as soon as it's approved.
It's already being printed.
It's already being printed.
Always, the copy rates are always usually a little bit.
Got it. And then, so just to be clear, every classroom's gonna have a set of books, but every student will technically not bring them home.
That's accurate.
They will just be using the digital.
Well, yes, students will have digital access. Additionally, if a student requires the hard copy book for, any accommodations that they might receive, or if a student is out for an extended time and doesn't have access and needs to take that book, perhaps that they'd be allowed to take it with them or, sign it out, but typically they'll be used in the classroom.
Forgive me for being naive. What is the current process now? Like, how are students learning? Is it all handouts, worksheets, stuff like that? Is there no text at all that we're using?
There is a textbook with digital access. Few teachers use it, from my understanding, specifically because it does not match the curriculum that was approved. So I could let the teachers discuss how they curate their lessons, but there was a slide on there of what was currently approved as a textbook and purchased. The last purchase of it, I believe, was 2021, about $250,000.
So that's my one concern I do have, as to what Ms. Guernsey was saying. I don't want us to get into a position where we now have another textbook that everyone goes in a different direction from, and we just spent $600,000 on that. So I do kind of share that concern.
Mr. Krasnoff, we agree, and that's why we're trying to get the textbook and the resource prior to the curriculum writing so that we don't fall into that.
Completely understood. I do have a few other questions.
I have just one teacher.
Of course.
I just want to explain that last time we designed a curriculum, without a textbook in mind. And what happened is when it was time to choose a textbook, we tried to choose the textbooks that was the closely related to our unit that we have, but no textbooks was matching really the unit we had designed, because we had designed the curriculum without the textbooks, like coming out of, us, like making. So when we choose a textbook, it was really hard, and then we couldn't go like choose two textbooks like for one level because that's too expensive. So what happened is we ended up choosing a textbook, which now was not really useful to me because it didn't really match my curriculum. So I had to go find authentic resource, make authentic material for it, which you still do when you have a textbook. I'm not saying you go to the textbook flipping like to every page. You always adapt it to you, make it like yours, and like, these are ideas, these are resources you use. You make it your own as a teacher. But last time it was really hard to do because no textbook would match what we had designed. And that's why this time when we design it, it's clearer to me because the textbook is giving me like some, framework which I can work with, and it's gonna match more closely, so it's gonna be more usable, if I can say that.
I'd also like to clarify that for Latin, we used a textbook. Students have used that textbook every day in class ever since it was approved by the Board of Education.
You were actually one of my next questions, but in a second.
Conversation.
Italian, why is the textbook and digital access actually less than just digital access? Is that a typo or is that reality?
That's reality. That's the information that I got from the rep that I've been talking to.
So get the textbooks, okay.
For clarity, these numbers, textbook publishers do strange things with quotes. It's not strange, but they say like, if you buy X amount, we give you this. So this is our best way to articulate it within there. If you go on their website, you probably won't see the same numbers because they have to quote us based on things.
Clearly. And then my last question is actually on Latin. So you had a textbook, not really, no, you wanted.
We had a textbook. Latin works differently than the modern languages because there aren't as many resources available online. The AP exam is structured very differently than the modern languages. It's not a language exam, it has a syllabus, it's a reading exam, it's a literature exam. So the necessity for that textbook was very clear. We chose the Cambridge series, which was actually the textbook that preceded my position in 2005, and continued to use that textbook successfully.
So, again, don't take this wrong way. Latin hasn't changed in a very, very, very long time. That's what I'm wondering. This is a science change, and this will help you better with the science of Latin.
So the textbook that we've chosen is also a reading textbook. It actually was created by one of the Cambridge employees who decided to go out on his own to create something a little bit different. The Cambridge series was curated in the 1960s by a Cambridge professor who created a storyline that goes all the way through. To quote the name of a book that was written by Mark Zuckerberg's sister, Donna Zuckerberg, it's all about old dead white men. So the idea behind Superani is to move a little bit away from that, to talk a little bit more about the science of material objects, which is something that's happening in the study of archaeology and the study of history currently, and also to think a little bit more deeply about the lives of the people who actually lived within the city of Rome, and not just the intelligentsia, the senatorial class, the optimates, et cetera. So hence the name Suburani, which is not suburbia,
but it's the people that live in that urban section of the city.
Sold me on your book.
It's a great textbook.
That's what I want to hear. I want to make sure everyone is passionate about the books that we're picking, because I don't want to see us be in a situation right now. So thank you.
You beat me about the Latin thing because the Cambridge has been the standard for decades, but there's an issue in Latin education in general that it's not perceived as being as relatable to people today. There's a lot of kind of master-slave dialogues and things that, so if we're ready to move past that, it's a good thing.
It's tough for me to leave Cambridge, and I have a lot of great affection for the stories, as does your child that took Latin with me for 4 years. However, I think that this textbook is a good move toward the same kind of a reading textbook and the same kind of a flavor that Cambridge has, a little bit of a different thrust. If you tell me I have to use Cambridge, that's totally fine, because Cambridge is starting to move that. And yet there's something really kind of fresh and exciting about the stories.
Ms. Jacobson?
Thank you. My first question is, where are we at with elementary?
In terms of a resource?
Mhm.
The elementary does not have a resource that they'd be selecting. They, similar to library, they teach 30 minutes twice a week. I forget how many hours it comes to, but they are able to curate those lessons, those Spanish lessons, with what they currently have.
Okay. So is the curriculum changing for elementary too?
They are revising their curriculum, yes.
Okay, and then AP Italian had come to the board years ago as a first read and then never came back to us. So where are we at with AP Italian?
The Italian teachers do want an AP Italian class. There is, so in the sequence, it's 1 through 4. They start freshman year, so it is something that we are looking into.
So that might be a new course proposal along with the curriculum?
Correct.
Is there any other new course proposals besides AP Italian?
Chinese would like AP Chinese as well. I see Rose raising her hand there, similar to the sequence of Italian when we're there. But otherwise, no, there's no other languages we're looking at or courses.
We'll follow up.
Okay, and sorry?
I have a quick follow-up. Yeah, it's very fast, but go ahead.
You want to?
I just have a quick follow-up. With the elementary schools to piggyback, any more talk about integrating Spanish into the younger grades a little bit?
We have not looked at a K1 or 2 curriculum at this point. We do plan on starting in 3 still, or bringing forward the 3, 4, and 5, I should say.
Why is that?
There is a lot of time to discuss in the elementary schools. Like we said, it's 30 minutes every 2 days. It's 5 FTEs in order to make that happen across 11 buildings. And we do believe starting in 3rd is appropriate.
Okay. Thank you for providing the summary sheet that I asked for in terms of the total budget estimated here, $609,000 roughly estimated. Going back to the previous part of the conversation, Mr. Zavachanzik, where you said, in an ideal world, you would have brought us the textbooks and the curriculum at the same time. Of course, understood there was timing issues and things that occurred. Would this earmarking piece not accomplish that goal of being able to say, well, we're earmarking it, and then when everything's ready, we would be able to do it at that time?
The money is the money. Again, I'm trying to be transparent in what we're planning and moving forward. It gets us, I guess, to the same end result. The difference would be, and you'll see this in the documents, is that in the resource section, you're going to see the textbook listed as the document with the same documents that are before you today.
It's just the broader concept of, it's a large amount of money without having the budget in front of us, things like that. So it's just, for me, that's a consideration. And then the last piece I wanted to ask about really quickly is, so just going forward in terms of this, what's the filter in terms of resource to curriculum versus curriculum, no resource? So Ed Tech didn't have it, as you mentioned, upper grades in ELA, there was no textbook. We wrote curriculum without it. But yet with this, you're wanting the resource in order to write it. And then we had somewhat of a disastrous math situation that occurred. So just, is there some sort of just a filter in terms of why this one falls into one bucket versus the latter?
Well, ELA does have resources connected to it. They did write with us in the upper grades as well.
Resources, but not like a textbook, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, no, I understand.
you're with, right?
We would consider this textbook a resource, and I get that they look perhaps a little bit different. But we would consider this textbook a resource within the curriculum guide as well. To what one of our teachers said this evening, it's not a page turner. We don't write the curriculum starting on page 1 and ending on whatever page the textbook is. We write our curriculum based on what students need to know and use the scopes and sequence as available for it. Which ones fall in which categories? If there were no resource for world language, teachers would be tasked with writing essentially their own textbook in order to create a curriculum. So that is sort of the North Star in terms of how we made this decision.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lee.
I was gonna ask a question, but I'm gonna make a general statement. I'm gonna agree with Mr. Asa that I agree with how this is presented now, especially when we're talking about the curriculum. This is something that this district needs forward to. All the teachers here have said that there was no set curriculum. They're all creating their own curriculum and it works. Can you imagine when there's a set curriculum, we can actually invest in that program? How much more success we're gonna see? Especially in something like Mandarin and Italian and bringing AP. I mean, those are Mandarin. I'm just gonna say that's one of the hardest languages out there, right? If we be successful with her curriculum, imagine how much more successful when we have actual curriculum, actual textbook success, and we're talking AP for these kids. It brings us to a different level. So I'll agree that what we have presented here is exactly what we are looking for and need.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you two for 8 years with my children. We look forward to bringing this back.
Thank you.
All right, we got a lot to cover here and not that much time. So item 7B, Fairfield Ward High School roof fit house project approval as complete with the recommended motion that the Board of Education accept the Fairfield Ward High School roof fits house RTU replacement project 051-001 HVAC as complete. Mr. Asa, seconded by Mr. Lee. Mr. Papa George is all yours.
So as you all know, the fifth house rooftop units are what we will say complete. We're going through the final steps of commissioning, but they are up and running at this point. The reason this is before you tonight is because part of the grant requirements is that the Board of Education accept them as complete prior to the end of the year so that we qualify for the reimbursement on the grant.
Any questions? Members of the public? Seeing none, all in favor? Passes 7-0. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item C, review and readoption of policies 3450, 6153, and 6000. And with unanimous consent, we can skip the reading. Ms. Maxine-Kelly.
I'm making the motion.
You're making the motion and the second? I'll second it. Thank you.
So these are all, again, coming off of our July 2nd special meeting off of the audit. These are ones which just have not been touched since 2004. I don't think anything especially controversial, but happy to take your questions.
Just ones I've ever seen. Any questions? Any questions? Members of the public? Back to the board, all in favor? 7-0 unanimous vote. Thank you. Item D, approval of deletion of policies 6141.4, 6156, 6162.1, and 6162.2. Waive the reading. Any? Wait. Okay, and Ms. Maxine-Kelly, seconded by Mr. Asa.
not mandated, not needed, sometimes redundant. Happy to take any questions.
Mr. Racer.
Any issues in the discussion within the policy committee on any of these?
I would say no. Mrs. Jacobson, Mrs. Guernsey, you don't recall any dissension on these four? No, these were pretty quick. Thank you.
All right, comments from the public. Back to the board. All in favor? 7-0. Excellent. All right, item E, first reading of policy 6172.4, Title I, parent involvement.
So this policy, you could see that the language in here was actually something we pulled from a different policy. This was we felt was the more appropriate place for it. But happy to take questions. It will be voted on at the next meeting.
Any questions from the board? Moving on. First reading of policy 6163.1, library media centers.
Very happy that Mrs. Guernsey suggested that we remove the CD-ROMs language. Because otherwise this was just going to be a revise and re-adopt, but we made that important change.
If I can, the one thing that I of course, CD-ROMs need to come out. Would it be valuable at all when we were discussing, like, items used in this policy statement include but are not limited to? Or did you want to circumscribe a certain set of things that, I mean, you get to the point where it's like print and non-print and it covers pretty much anything, but.
And I think that's how we read the end of that, as covering all of that, but duly noted.
I think it's fine as is. I don't think we're going to come back and take, print off of this list at some point. Any other questions or comments? All right, first reading of policy 6180, curriculum evaluation.
Wow, I don't even remember talking about this one. This was correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Parrish, the language changes here came from Dr. Savajancic, correct?
Correct.
So this is getting it updated. Again, not particularly controversial conversation.
Comments from the board? The only thing that I'll mention is, for whatever reason, this was listed as curriculum evaluation on our agenda, but according to the draft, it looks like the name of this policy will actually be evaluation of the instructional program. Is that correct?
Correct.
Just to note that for moving forward.
And I'll just say for the record that I was very sorry to see the last sentence taken out, but that was my favorite part of the previous district improvement plan, but it simply wasn't, it's not feasible.
All right, item H, first reading for deletion of policy 6999, distance learning.
And again, I'm speaking for Mrs. Guernsey here. She can feel free to disagree, but I think we were rather excited to mark this one up for deletion. Got a little tingle, little goosebumps, but happy to do so. And really try to mark a point of not looking back at having this as part of in our policy manual at all.
Mr. Racer.
I would just like to echo that, and I appreciate you guys bringing this forward because this is like a milestone.
Yeah.
So leave it in the rearview mirror.
Yeah.
Time to move along. All right, any other comments? All right, with that, we'll move on to item 8, consideration and possible action on bylaw amendments. Mrs. Guernsey submitted one, I submitted one late that I don't think made it into the packet, but I hope everyone has seen it. But I also left this open in case there was enough debate that we wanted to go back and reevaluate. These obviously are not on any particular schedule. It's just useful when look at them once a year, like to change your smoke detector batteries. So I guess we can start with Mrs. Guernsey's proposal, if you would like to talk about that.
Yes, thanks so much. So this proposal was in response to the curriculum liaison position that I've been committed to over the past 2 years, and in the spirit of continuous improvement and seeing that opportunity wasn't really as effective as I think it could have been, I've restructured the position as a curriculum committee. This is my suggestion. It doesn't mean it's the best idea, so I am looking for input, or I'm happy to vote on it. I thought that I was suggesting 3 members. I don't know, and that this committee would not need to meet monthly. I think that 4 times a year would be sufficient. If something came up that was of an urgent nature, we could meet the committee could meet at additional times, but the idea was to have a group of people, and with the purpose of the 3 different bullet points that I listed. I don't know if people want me to read through my motion, but the idea was to be responsive to also Mr. Destani, who suggested that committees work well in other towns, and wanting to try a new format, understanding that it would be something that we could review after a year and see, how it's working for us. So that is my idea. I know, Mr. Peterson, if you wanted to open this up for comments, or if people are really interested, it would be fantastic if we could vote on something like this, because that would just mean that we could get to work faster.
Correct, in terms of setting the membership and meeting dates and all of that. Mr. Asa has that.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by this, but I will also say, being in former leadership of the board with 2 previous superintendents, kind of, I hate to say poo-pooing, but not necessarily wanting to go down this route. And I know Mr. Testani has said that, committees do work well. I've heard him say that. I would want to hear more from this, and I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, but I would want to bring this back up when Mr. Testani is recovered and here, and maybe hear from him and Dr. Zabajancic about, what they felt or input on this, and, would be interested in continuing this conversation at that point. I'm not, my fear is that a committee of 3 may be hard. I know it's saying it's only 4 times a year, but then part of me says, if it's 4 times a year, is that enough? Is that accomplishing what the super and administration wants from a committee? So I'd love to have that discussion, unless that discussion has already been had, but he's not here, so.
I might say in leadership, we discussed this at some length, and I had talked independently to Ms. Guernsey and to Mr. Chestani, because it seemed like obviously the liaison system was not working, and what could we come up with? And so we did discuss this a bit in leadership. Ms. Guernsey brought up her formally. I don't want to speak for the superintendent, but he seemed open to the idea. And again, as Ms. Guernsey says, this doesn't need to be permanent, but we can try a new system and see how it functions, because the current system is not functioning.
Yeah, I guess to my point, I would be interested in continuing this conversation and possibly moving forward with this. I just would feel uncomfortable doing it tonight in the absence of Mr. Testani. And that's, out of his, the poor guy's recovery. So I don't fault him for not being here. But yeah, I would be interested if this is something that leadership and the superintendent come and say that this could work, then yeah.
Yeah, and can I add something?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, in terms of formal meetings that we've had as the curriculum committee, we've had 1 in the past 2 years. So I think 4 times a year would be a vast improvement, and I think would be a really good starting point. So, could it be 3? Sure. Could it be 5? That's, I kind of picked that as what I thought would be like, sort of feel like quarterly, but without being, having to do it on a certain schedule. It would be, the idea was behind that was that the calendar would be built around the needs of the district, right? So if they have a specific curriculum need and a schedule, the meetings of the curriculum committee would be responsive to the district schedule. Anyway.
Well, I guess, can I finish my thought that, sorry, really quick. So Ms. Guernsey, did you actually, just out of curiosity, did you sit down with Mr. Testani and Dr. Zabajancic to draft this, or that hasn't happened yet?
No, I drafted on my own the same way that, yeah,
Okay, thank you.
The way that we draft typical committee bylaws.
Mr. Krasnoff.
I was gonna say, I like the direction this is going. I would almost like this committee to be able to decide who on the board meets with them if there are further meetings, because I think there's a lot of people that have different expertise and wheelhouses that might be beneficial to bring into the fold. And I think having that committee to basically be like the gatekeeper or overseer of who should be coming and when it's coming would really help and be beneficial. We'll have more warning of when something's coming. They can discuss it and then mention to board members that might want to come in and sit for those specific subjects. I think it would be a really good addition.
I mean, you're proposing an amendment to the.
It may just be an addition or it may develop over time. I don't know if that maybe is just something that develops on its own within the committee as a responsibility. Whether it actually needs to be in the bylaw now, I'm not sure. I would want Mr. Testani and Dr. Zabajadz's input on it, but like I can tell you that there's a few subjects that I have stuff I've been able to help out with, and I'm sure everyone at this table has stuff. So I think it would be valuable for all of us to be able to get a little bit more involved and, we all have things that we know.
Ms. Maxon-Kelly.
Yeah, a couple of things. First, Mrs. Guernsey, thank you for bringing it forward. I was the one that started working with Mrs. Vitale that brought up the curriculum liaison position. We met with Mr. Cummings about that because we'd had issues with how some of the curriculum had been coming before us and we wanted it to be productive, that it was not trying to be critical of staff, but we found as a board that we weren't always in a position we wanted to be in and we wanted to be more proactive. And I had initially wanted to bring forward the idea of the committee. I wanted to work in, I totally overcomplicated it, but I, worked in the idea of maybe a base 2-member committee with the 3rd member being a revolving person, exactly to Mr. Krasnoff's point of, so that whatever the topic of the agenda was, this is something that is this board member's strength. Let's bring them in on that. And it ultimately, was too complicated. So we boiled it down to the liaison position and again, agree that that hasn't been worked out the way we'd hoped as a solution to what prompted its addition in the first place. But I didn't know, I definitely think it's the kind of thing that unlike our other committees, it would make sense that there's a change in membership based on what is going to be coming up in that year, but I'm not sure if that's just an organizational meeting discussion of, okay, we need to hear from staff what's coming up this year. Let us know that transparently ahead of time. So we'll say, okay, this is an area of strength for these 3 people or of interest. I just throw that out to you, Mrs. Guernsey, that I'm not sure if that can be in the bylaw language or it's simply something that whoever is the chair would factor into the formation of the committees. The one other suggestion I would make is that this bylaw amendment needs to be accompanied by deletion language of the, I don't think that's in here.
No, it's not.
Right, so if it could just be accompanied by the deletion language for the current liaison position, because if we're doing this, we need to simultaneously be getting rid of that, but.
The bylaws.
Yes.
As a liaison position.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Oh, we just did it.
Mr. Jacobson, you had your hand up?
Yeah. Mrs. Maxon-Canelli said essentially what I was gonna say too about the idea of the revolving person. I think for consistency purposes, it would be nice if there was like at least one who's consistent, just chair, whoever it might be. But I agree wholeheartedly of the rotating based on interest and expertise and, as long as Mr. Testani, previews the language here and is on board with it and, I'm happy to see it being brought forth. So thank you, Mrs. Guernsey.
You're welcome.
Well, I guess, Mrs. Guernsey, the question is to you. You certainly can bring forward your motion. It seems like there is a sense that we could bring this up maybe on the 10th and have Mr. Testani in the audience to go over it. I'll leave make motions up to you.
Actually, I appreciate all of this feedback because I don't think that we have any single right answer here. And for me, the time is of the essence. So if we do it on December 10th and get it right, for this moment in time, that's fantastic. The idea of a revolving person is interesting, but I also just want to kick this off. So I don't know. I mean, I'll be in touch with Mr. Testani and see again. This was his recommendation to establish a committee. So I guess I'll be back in touch for the 10th.
All right, that's great. And I guess I would say to other members of the board, if we can get a sense of interest for participation in this committee, If we can have a December meeting to elect officers and come up with a schedule, then so much the better. I think that's cleaner that way. So I guess let me know if anyone's interested.
Just have a quick question. I'm assuming this would be a daytime committee just due to staff.
That would be up to the committee.
Well, we can't make staff come late at night.
But we do it now for other committees.
For other committees, but I mean, that could be something we could discuss with the superintendent, well, the superintendent.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
I would just ask for that point, for us to be able to be ready to already launch into, because I hear Mrs. Guernsey's point about time being of the essence, since we don't then meet again for another month. But for you to be able to do membership, we would have to have the feedback on what's going to be talked about in the subsequent months, because if it's an area of expertise, an area of interest to somebody, then that would absolutely weigh in. You know, if it's going to be, then there are others which there would be less interest.
That's a fair point. I guess we can probably move on from that if we're set on bringing it back on the 10th. Is that the general sense?
Yes.
I noticed, Meg, I slandered you before. My bylaw proposal is here. And I did email it out earlier today. This is to amend the bylaws to add a consent calendar. This is something that would allow us to take multiple non-controversial items, put them into one capsule and vote on them with kind of one motion, one public comment time, and one final vote. This is something that's used by a lot of neighboring districts, and something that the way our bylaws are worded right now, it's very prescriptive in terms of what is in an agenda. And the mistake that I made in the first drafting of this, and thank you to Ms. Jacobson for correcting me, was to soften the language about what was in an agenda. And she correctly pointed out that could mean that, like, well, we could just remove public comment, which I had no interest in doing. So I tried to redraft it in a way that makes it very simple, just inserts it in the list of things that shall be there, with the one little minor addition that we don't need to have student reports in the summer. Because right now it kind of implies, if we have a strict constructionist reading of the bylaws, to have every one of our agendas. So that's the basic thought behind this bylaw amendment. And on that, Mr. Asa?
Yeah, I want to say thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you to Ms. Jacobson for catching that, and for you for making those edits. This idea of consent agenda has been recommended to us as long as I've been on the board. In our self-evals from outside participants that come in to help facilitate these things. This has been a constant annual suggestion from multiple parties. It's been discussed at conferences and whatnot. So I wholeheartedly support the concept of this, and would definitely support it. So we could try to do what the essence of this is, I think, trying to accomplish. Because our meetings sometimes get very long. And I'm not going to say it's these items that slow us down, because generally it's the items in the consent that are not so controversial that carry a lot of discussion, but trying to streamline it, I think, would be a good move.
If we can save 5 or 10 minutes, is kind of what I think. Mrs. Jacobson, did you have a hand up?
Yes, I just wanted to get some clarification, Mr. Peterson, on your stated purpose and just how you would ascertain that. So just really quickly, just so we understand your intent in thinking about this, multiple items of a non-controversial nature that are expected to pass unanimously and without extensive debate. So just as you're putting together a consent calendar, is that something that you would confer with, like, leadership and Mr. Testania? Like, obviously you're not going to pull the board ahead of time, but just what was your thinking in terms of how you would assess?
Well, first of all, I some of that language I pulled right from Robert's rules, like that was their guidance. But also, I mean, I think that we have a lot of things that, some are policy things, some are, the rooftop unit issue. Things that we have discussed previously, and there has not been a lot of vigorous debate about something. I don't expect this is going to be used all the time, especially in our policy discussions lately. There has been times where we've made motions and seconds and multiple things, and I think that those are tailor-made for this sort of apparatus in the agenda.
So sometimes it would just be an empty spot on the agenda with nothing under necessarily. It's not something
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Maxicali?
First, following up on Mr. Ace's comment, completely agree that I think this is a great idea. I also appreciate Ms. Jacobson's question regarding how does this get determined? I mean, ultimately, it's chair discretion, but also very, very important is that any one member acting alone can make the motion to have them broken out.
Rip it out.
So that to me makes this basically a no-brainer. I'm very pleased with it, very pleased with the addition regarding the student reports. And again, obviously not used all the time, but where it can save us a few minutes, why not? So.
Mr. Krasnoff?
My comment was very similar. I just want to make sure we go through the process of being able to make an amendment or being able to pull it out if we need. So not just skip over and say consent agenda, who votes for it, actually give a chance for people to speak up if they want to.
And again, Robert's rules is very clear that on any objection by any member, things get pulled out and put on the agenda in the order that they're listed in the consent calendar. So.
Quick follow-up, that form of the objection, does it have to be done ahead of time, or can it be you've reached number 6 on the agenda and a board member at that time says, I object to the consent agenda, and that's how it happens?
I see no opposition to doing it at any point.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like for you to put this motion forward.
I'm happy to make the motion as listed. Waive it. Unanimous consent to waive the reading.
Yes.
Now, this is a bylaw amendment, so we need a 2/3 vote with 7 in attendance. That would be five of us. So all in favor?
Wait, somebody has to make the motion, right?
I just made the motion. I need a second. Nick will second.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
And since it's board bylaw business, I would take public comment on this. All in favor? We have 7. Thank you very much.
Mr. Peterson, can I ask you, like, just for record purposes, I noticed this wasn't posted in our agenda area. Could this, just so we have an archive of this, be added to the backup, please?
I'll talk to Meg about that.
It's posted now under handouts.
She says it's posted now under the handouts.
Oh, it is? Oh, okay, I didn't see it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, 21 minutes. Approval of minutes. Waive the reading. Thank you. I actually do have we'll make a motion and seconded by Mr. Lee. I actually do have an amendment here that I sent to Mrs. Flynn earlier. I don't want to ignore this, unfortunately. In the 12th November regular meeting minutes, during my report from the Board of Finance, I listed that I said the Board of Finance inadvertently left off the turf field projects in the list to be presented for bonding. It was not inadvertent. I had a conversation with Lori Charlton in advance of that. And I certainly I think that was where my comment was going, but I don't want to reflect badly on.
Could you place this on the page?
So on page 7.
Closure 19.
Of enclosure
20.
20.
7?
Near the bottom, as I recall.
So the amendment is to strike inadvertently?
Yes, the amendment is I move that the word inadvertently be removed from page 7 of the 12th November regular meeting minutes from the line regarding the BOF liaison report.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All in favor? That's
Carol.
6-0 without Mrs. Guernsey. Mrs. Guernsey, are you there? We'll say 6-1. There's no vote for him.
No, I think we just do 6-0 and the minutes will say
6-0,
Mrs. Guernsey was
Guernsey
absent.
I'm good with that. Thank you very much for that.
Well, that was for the amendment.
That was for the amendment. Back to the main motion. As amended. All in favor? We have 6-0. Thank you very much and apologies for that. All right, superintendent's report.
There's no report at this time. We just send well wishes to just Tony. I'm not sure this first selectman's proposed townwide facilities report.
Well, so this was just to give some clarity to that. This was requested by a member of the board, especially after First Selectman had proposed in various meetings to create a $1 million funded town working group to look at various facility options. This draft document that we've gotten today seems to relate to that. The funding for this project has gone through various boards and was approved just last night by the RTM. And so like there's been some waiting for all of the funding to go through. And this was to look at various permutations for our facilities plan. So the hope was that Mr. Dassani might have an update about where this stood in terms of Board of Ed participation with the First Selectman's effort. I've reached out to the First Selectman. I'm trying to make contact and have a meeting with him to talk about where we stand and how this process is going to go forward and what expectations there are scheduled. Ms. Maxicanelli.
Just one quick question. How is this different from the Special Projects Building Committee?
The Special Project Standing Building Committee is for roofs.
What?
It's for roofs.
Oh, solely.
It's all the building projects that aren't big enough to have their own building committee.
Okay.
So that, I think this is since it's gonna encompass multiple projects of many millions of dollars. Mrs. Jacobson.
Hi, thank you. I don't know if you know the answer to this, but maybe through you to Mr. Papa George or whoever might know. Who's the author of this? Like, who wrote this?
This was written in kind of a collaboration. There was a group meeting the other day. I don't remember names, I apologize. Eli from the town, who's in the building committee, or not building, the project management office. Sabrina, who's in the finance office, and Wendy, who's in the project management office, along with Mr. Becker and Mr. Gerber were at the meeting. Myself, I was there. And this was presented to us at the meeting. We were asked some questions about this. And then I just received this today. I haven't really had a chance to really dig into it and look at it yet, other than it was sent to me and said, could you please share with the Board of Ed? So that's why it was sent over to you guys.
Okay, Mr. Peterson, may I keep going?
Please.
Okay, I have a few questions. Weren't we told that these renovates with an ECC were not feasible by Silver Petroselli? But yet there's several scenarios on here with that.
We were, and I did make that clear to them. And I also made it clear that we do have the reports from Silver Petroselli that they are welcome to review. They're on our website. And I said I would actually get copies made and sent over to them as well, to the working group.
Okay, so I guess I'm just confused. They're looking at something that we already determined wasn't feasible?
That is my understanding is that this draft document is going to be part of an RFP that they're going to put out for architects. So they didn't want to take it off the table, and they wanted to be able to go back and say, let's have another look at it to make sure it doesn't fit or it does fit. That was my understanding is this is going to be this document will be a larger part of an RFP that the town is getting ready to go out to bid for architectural and engineering services.
Okay, I'm not gonna take too much time. I'm just gonna ask a couple more. There's like 4 different iterations of ECC on this document, so I'm confused.
As far as.
Well, we've got 13,500, then we've got 13,000, then we've got 5 classrooms, then we've got 10 classrooms. So just circling back for the board and for the public, administration was very clear what was needed for ECC. So I'm confused how there could be 2 to 5, like 4 different configurations here.
They've decided that they want to look at all different things. And again, this will be part of an RFP is my understanding. And at that point, I think they were trying to give a general broad consensus to whoever's bidding on it of the type of work that will be going into the final results, which is why they put multiple iterations on here. As the facilities committee knows, we did have an extensive conversation about size and what is required, the 5 classrooms, multiple sites. So we've made it very clear multiple times. Decided that as part of the RFP, the working group wants to be able to look at everything. So I think that's why you're seeing multiple iterations.
A follow-up to that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so wait, so just let me clarify, Mr. Peterson, I'll just go through you for this. Who's ensuring accuracy for this piece on our end in terms of like what would be required to function that's clearly not on this document?
I have not been approached directly from town hall for any kind of input. At the Board of Finance, the first selectman said very explicitly that he has no interest in providing us with facilities that we're not interested in. I took that as an invitation to have further comment, but I think this is a rapidly evolving situation, and I am planning to reach back out to town hall and make sure that we can sit down and try to make sure that we, have a voice in this process so that we can share our experience with them, which I'm positive is something that Mr. Krasnov wants to talk about, because there are things on here that we have absolutely talked about and can.
Well, yeah, I mean, just like looking at like Barberry Terrace, for example, like it's not 10 classrooms, right? You need a kitchen and you need bathrooms and right, like, and none of that's on here. So as just one simple example of the frustration of what I'm seeing here and why I'm asking you or whoever's in charge, how are you ensuring that what is going to be looked at is what would actually be needed to function?
All I can say is that I saw this document for the first time 3 hours ago. So
So I leave it to you to carry forth, and we can probably bring it up in facilities as well, but there's like a lot on here that's a bit of a hot
there are a lot of
mess for me.
questions.
Yeah.
There are a lot of questions.
And we can't have like apples to oranges happening, right? Like if you're gonna do 5 classrooms at Riverfield, then you gotta go back to Dwight and do 5 there and Jennings as well and rerun those reports. Like it can't be 13,500 over here, but over here we only need 6,000. Like, does that not make sense mathematically?
I think we have a lot of questions to ask.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Krasnov.
And that leads me to my concerns. Some of these we've already discussed, and we've said that we don't feel comfortable with the projects. For example, leaving Dwight exactly the same size as it is right now would not fix any of the facilities issues we currently have. So I don't even know why it would be an option on here. I don't want to see money spent on something none of us on the board want to do. So we need to be very clear with them what our plans were, why we wanted the spaces we wanted, a little bit more information about why we wanted some of the flex spaces for our facility needs. Like I had hoped they understood it. I feel like we've been at a lot of meetings and we've explained it quite a few times to be very transparent. But it seems like from this, they still don't quite get it. And I have concerns that they can do all this, and I'm happy work is being done. Don't get me wrong. For anyone watching, I'm very happy work is being done. I just want the right work done. If you're gonna do the work and spend the money, do it the right way. Don't do it in a way that it comes back to us. We're all like, none of these work for us, guys. But we appreciate you spending the money.
And again, to reiterate, I mean, you were at the Board of Finance meeting. First Selectman Gerber did say explicitly on several occasions he doesn't want to provide us with something that we are not interested in. But I think this does raise some questions and will require some processing time and will require a conversation with town hall.
And this definitely shows otherwise. My other big concern is we were promised at the Board of Finance this would not delay anything, but I already see it delayed a year on the sheet. So 2 years. What's the deal? I mean, actually 2 years. You're right, Mr. Lee. So I have concerns about that too.
It's fair enough.
Sorry, can I follow up on that?
Please.
So it was specifically told to Board of Selectmen and Board Finance that this project would not be delaying anything upon prior to their voting on it.
You're correct.
So Mr. Papa George, how could this be changed then? Unless that was a statement that was untrue or we're misinterpreting this?
I cannot answer that, actually. I understand we did say we weren't that this would not delay anything. I do know that my big push from this has been to get the RFP out, to get the architects involved, and the engineers involved so that we can continue moving forwards with sampling up at Dwight, locations up at Dwight. That's been my big push, is that we need to get this RFP out so that we can move forward on this. When I said that, this is what they came back with as part of what they want the RFP to include, as part of what the architects and engineers and MEPs would be looking at the time of bidding on this project. My understanding was that this was a list of ideas, but not a limited list of ideas, just to kind of give a general basis to what they are bidding on, what type of work they're going to be looking at, what facilities, what sites. We've made it very clear multiple times that we do need to compare apples to apples. And when we say 5 sites at Jennings, then we mean 5 sites at other locations as well, Dwight, Jennings, whatever. And we've also said, I've said many times in this conversation with the group, whenever they say 5 classrooms, I always correct it and say 5 classrooms with support spaces. It's not just 5 classrooms, it's 5 classrooms with support spaces.
Ms. Tracy?
Can I make
I'm sorry, Ms. Jakeson, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just want to make sure, like, that's why I was asking Mr. Peterson through you, just like clarifying accuracy and understanding, since this is like left the building, so to speak, because what's on here is not accurate.
Ms. Tracy?
I was just gonna suggest that we could move on from this. I think it's clear in the consensus and that you were already in the process of starting that conversation. So I think we're on the same page here.
I expect this to be a topic of conversation at the December 10th meeting as well, in terms of updates, whatever we can, answers we can get, and items on the schedule.
I just want to add, I would love to, if possible, have multiple of us join these meetings so that the Board of Ed is actually represented. Not just one.
I'm completely open to that. I know Mr. Lee has reached out and volunteered, and I don't yet know what format these meetings are going to take. Again, it's a rapidly evolving situation. We're trying to just get on top of it. And I think we just need to have more conversations.
I just want to make sure we steer them in the right direction to what the board wanted.
I understand what you're saying.
Not what they decided they think the board wanted.
Mr. Peterson, Mr.
Yes.
Guernsey?
Oh, Mrs. Guernsey, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I don't know if I missed this, but I mean, maybe this is a question through the chair to Mr. Papa George. What meetings have taken place and who was at them? I mean,
It's been addressed.
I can tell you I can't tell you the exact numbers. There's been a couple meetings. It was myself, as I mentioned, Eli, Wendy, and Sabrina at the couple of meetings we had where we actually went, and one of them I said, let's go, because they were talking about, for instance, they were talking about Dwight School and not making changes. As you can see here, they talked about leaving it at the same footprint. And I said, you guys are talking about a school they've never actually stepped foot in. So I took them up there and we walked Dwight. That turned into walking Dwight. We also went down and met the facilities director for the town, and they walked the abandoned building at the Walter Fitzgerald site. And I made the recommendation that they should also walk the other schools that they're talking about. If they're talking about schools, they should actually be familiar with the layouts, how they are. So we were supposed to meet tomorrow with that, but that meeting was postponed because of the holiday. We are going to get back together and walk the schools. We've had about 2 meetings so far, like I said, and this came out of somewhere. Those 2 meetings, I should say, we've had 2 meetings with that group there. We did have a meeting just last week where I was surprised to see the first selectman did show up to, and Mr. Becker did show up to. That was the first time they've actually been at that table. I do know that Mr. Testani is either made aware or going to be made aware, because they did send to myself a standing Wednesday meeting schedule. So, and I will make sure that Mr. Testani is aware and on that. And if that does not work with his schedule, I will reach out to the committee to see what we have to do to change that schedule so that we can make sure that Mr. Testani is available if he chooses or wants to be there. And I think for the beginning part, he will definitely want to be there.
Thank you. That's a good summary, and thank you for your advocacy.
I hate to do this, but can I entertain a motion to extend the meeting till 11:15?
We're good.
All right, this Mexican Finelli, seconded by Mrs. Jacobson, all in favor? All right, motion fails. Motion still fails. It's at 2/3.
Well, let's go quick here.
All right, committee liaison reports, very quickly. Jason?
Very quickly, the HVAC AEQ second phase Tomlinson has been approved by the RTM. They're ready to move on. The building committee is ready to move on to that next. That's it.
I just wanted to advise the board, that at our December 10th meeting, that you will have a one and done of our Title IX policy. This is very much not the norm, that this would not be a first read followed by a vote, but we need to get this policy passed, so I just wanted to give people that heads up. Fairly lengthy reading, but we made not a single language change except to the title. That's how much this should be easy, but it is a lot of reading.
Appreciate that. Mr. Krasnoff?
Just real quick, CES, there's a legislative breakfast that a few of us were invited to next Friday, and look forward to bringing back all the information out or later.
I talked about Board of Finance, so that's fine. Public, open comment? I have some things that I'll probably mail to you people. Please.
I just want to say happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving.
To everybody in the public and the staff, thank you for everything, and I hope everybody enjoys at least one day off.
Ditto. Happy Thanksgiving.
Public comment. All right, motion to adjourn. Ms. Raisa, seconded by Mr. Lee. All in favor? 7-0.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving.
2 minutes.